Okay, thank you, and this meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize Carlton Grant on his retirement as Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Before we begin today's meeting, I'd like to take a moment to recognize and honor someone who has made an extraordinary impact on our city over the past 3 decades. Carlton Grant, Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards. Carlton is retiring after an incredible 32 years career with the City of Toronto. He has served under 5 mayors, worked in 6 different divisions, and led a rare combination of strategic vision, calm leadership, and deep empathy. His contributions have touched nearly every corner of this city, from parks and planning to licensing, enforcement, and housing. During the pandemic, Carlton led a coordinated enforcement team across 10 divisions and the Toronto Police Service, ensuring a consistent and compassionate response to keep our residents safe. He also co-led the creation of Café Tio, which brought life to our streets and critically support to over 1,300 restaurants during a time of great need. Carlton's leadership has always been rooted in collaboration, innovation, and service. Whether it was streamlining development processes, advancing affordable housing through the multi-tenant housing framework, or building a strong partnership with industry and community stakeholders, his work has left a lasting legacy. And beyond the politics and the programs and the policies, Carlton is known for his authenticity, his mentorship, and his unwavering commitment to public service. He's a 3-time City Manager's Award winner, and rightly so. Today, we are joined by someone very special, Carlton's wife, Carrie Grant. Thank you, Carrie, for being there and here, for all these years of support, what you've given to Carlton throughout his remarkable journey, because his personal sacrifices, his long hours, this remarkable journey with the city, and especially in the next few months, as he nears his last day in the office on October 3rd, 2025. Maybe some traveling, maybe lots of things you haven't been able to do because of his work. Enjoy. Carlton, on behalf of Toronto City Council and the residents of this great city, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your integrity, and your heart. We wish you all the best in this next chapter. You've more than earned it. Let us all give Carlton Grant a warm round of applause and gratitude. Thank you so much.
Mayor Chow, Madam Speaker, members of council, the senior and corporate leadership teams, the MLS team, city colleagues, past and present, my wife Carrie, good morning. I want to begin by saying how truly honored I am to have this opportunity to speak to all of you this morning. It's a privilege that I don't take lightly. As I reflect on the past 32 years, I'm reminded of a very different time. In 1993, we had computers, but we didn't have email, we didn't have voicemail. We used maps by Pearlies and shared a brick cell phone from Motorola when we did site visits. We relied on faxes, letters, and landlines to communicate. Whether it was 1993 or today, getting things done is still about relationships and about people working together, solving problems, and building something meaningful. And it's the people I've worked with who have made this journey so special. Your support, your collaboration, and your friendship have meant everything to me. Thank you for the memories, the challenges we've overcome, and the countless moments of shared growth. I'm proud of what we've built, but I'm even more grateful for who I've built it with. I want to thank the people who saw something in me, the people that hired me and provided me with different opportunities, stretched my thinking, and trusted me to lead. Garth Armour, Joel Halstead, Shirley Hoy, Anne Barua, and Tracy Cook, thank you. You didn't just shape my career, you shaped my leadership style, my authenticity, my standards, and my values. I hope I've passed that forward to those I've worked with in MLS and to the hundreds of others I've worked with across the city. While I'm the leader of MLS, I don't see my role as any more important than the roles of my colleagues at all levels of the organization. I simply could not have done this alone, and I want to thank each and every one of you for the difficult work you do every day. To my MLS senior management team, thanks for being a part of my journey. Together, we've grown the division into an employer of choice, a division continuously improving, a division that makes a difference one address at a time for the residents, small businesses, and students who call our city home. I can say without hesitation that there is no other division with the breadth, scope, and scale of municipal licensing and standards. Our work is front-facing, challenging, under intense public and political scrutiny, but the one thing it is never boring. Each day brings new challenges, new complaints, new businesses, new problems for us to solve. MLS is #1 in FOI requests, top 5 in complaints. The Ombudsman has 5 of the top 10 calls to 311 and is top 3 in media requests per year. I've been fortunate to finish off my career in MLS, 6 as Executive Director and 7 as the Director of Policy and Strategic Support. It's 13 years, and MLS years are like dog years. So that's 91 years. To Dana and Camille, thank you for your support and the way you go about your work with patience, empathy, and professionalism every day while dealing with the myriad of issues facing MLS. To Annalisa Mignardi, our careers have run parallel for over 22 years as we've traversed this organization. We've learned from each other, vented to each other, and supported each other. Thank you for your willingness to work together and do whatever it takes, regardless of which city division we were in at the time. Your commitment to the city has always stood out to me. It's unparalleled, and I'm lucky to have you as a friend and colleague. To the division heads here today, thank you for your collaboration. And while we each wear our own hat with its own set of roles and responsibility, we also wear another hat, a bigger hat that represents the entire city. Continue to think about ideas and solutions as one city rather than individual divisions. Strive to get to yes, but don't be afraid to say no if no is the best answer. A special shout out to my colleagues in clerks, legal, and strategic communications. Thank you for being great partners and for always wearing your one city hat. To the members of the media, thank you for reaching out to me and allowing me to provide important facts, context, and outline our specific challenges for the stories you are working on. Please continue to report on City Hall with the balance and integrity it deserves. I've had the privilege of learning from and working with many strong women at the city, and I'm so appreciative. But the strongest, kindest, and most important woman in my life is easily my wife of 31 years, Carrie. I would not be here without your unwavering support, your encouragement, and your sage advice. You kept me grounded and consistently reminded me of what truly matters. You listened to my stories that were always unique, diverse, and bizarre, our conversations would often conclude with Carrie asking me, "What does that have to do with you and MLS?" And I would simply say it just does. I can't explain it. While my role has had a higher public profile, your career as an executive in financial services and healthcare should be celebrated equally. Thanks for being you. Thanks for us. My 32 years at the City of Toronto have been more than a career for me. They've been a calling, and I'm so grateful to have shared it all with you. My time at the city has left me with a lifetime of lessons and the legacy of our shared work. I may be retiring from the city, but I will never stop caring about its future or the people who make it thrive. Thank you for the honor of serving alongside you. Thank you for the memories. Thank you for everything.
Carlton, you will be missed. Definitely. I tried to convince Carrie this morning if she would talk him out of retiring, but she said no. Okay, members of council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 32.7, review of the order paper. There are 84 items left on the agenda, including 44 member motions. The mayor has timed item PH 23.3, headed advancing 6 sites for homeless service capital infrastructure strategy. And as her first item of business this morning, council has timed item EX 25.31, headed a better way to replace your furnace, helping homeowners switch to heat pumps, as a second item of business this morning. This is to be followed by the bundled items on housing delivery, EX 25.1, 23.5, 23.6, and MM 32.5. And this is to be followed by item NY 25.4, 123 Garrett Boulevard, Taxiway West District, zoning bylaw amendment. When we recessed yesterday, council was considering the winter maintenance item EX 25.5 and AU 9.6. Members, I propose that once we finish the mayor's key matter, we proceed with our timed items for today before returning to the winter maintenance items. Councillor Pasternak, I believe that you have a petition to present.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I didn't count the names, I'm told there's 4,000 on here objecting to the homeless shelter plan for 1220 Wilson Avenue. It reads, whereas the City of Toronto is planning to construct a homeless shelter at 1220 Wilson Avenue, whereas the shelter would be located between a middle school, daycare, and playground, whereas the shelter would be adjacent to residential community of Downsview, and whereas the shelter will cause increased crime, violence, drug use, public disturbances in Downsview and in and around the major intersection of Keele and Wilson. And whereas there's no public consultation prior to the selection of 1220 Wilson Avenue as the location of the shelter, we therefore, the undersigned, hereby petition Mayor Olivia Chow and Toronto City Council to terminate and abandon any plans to construct a homeless shelter at 1220 Wilson Avenue, Toronto.
Favor of receiving the petitions? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two that I can release. The first one, EX 25.19. Sorry. 2025 levy on railway, roadways, and right-of-ways on power, utility transmission, and distribution corridors.
Okay, Councillor Ainsley is releasing EX 25.19. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried.
And my second one, EX 25.20, 2025 heads and beds levy on institutions, and I have an amendment or an added recommendation asking for the city manager to report back on this with when we have a response from the provincial government. And I do this, Madam Speaker, this is a motion I've been moving every year for a number of years. This is a levy that's $75 a year. It hasn't been raised since 1987. We receive $20 million a year for it. With inflation, we'd be receiving close to $50 million a year from the provincial government. So I think this is a very important matter when we try and tell our residents how fiscally responsible we are, and we need the provincial government to do the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, so on the amendment on the screen by Councillor Ainsley, on favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Councillor Moyes, quick item.
Yes, a quick item. Item CA 27.1.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it. CA?
27.1. Appointment of the two public members to the...
Okay, hold on. Let me find it.
There's also an amendment. 7.1? Yes, CA 27.1.
Okay, do we have an amendment? Okay, we put it on the screen. Okay,
Okay.
Just one sec. I have to find it in the agenda. Okay, I have it here, yes. Okay, there's the motion amendment by Councillor Moyes on CA 27.1. On favor, opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Are there any further releases? No. Okay, point of order. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, Council voted to tie 4 items together. I won't read them, I have them here, but they are very broadly related to housing. Council does this from time to time, I presume, to have an efficient meeting, and I won't speculate on the rationale or the motivations on doing this. But I would point out, Madam Speaker, that one of the effects of this is that it limits debate time and it limits time for questions. Our procedure bylaw, enshrines the ability for members to receive information to make a decision, and we also can't waive certain things such as question time and debate time. And so I would ask you, Madam Speaker, in the future when these motions to do so come up, that you be very mindful of the balance between the rights of the members and the convenience of tying these items together. And in this case, they are very, very broad with their connection. And I do worry, and I oppose them because it limited my question time on some very different topics. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further changes to today's order paper, such as requests to time items or make changes to the timing of items decided yesterday? Councillor Fletcher?
I'll release TE 24.66, Ontario Line Construction Update.
Okay, just one sec, let me find it. T 24.66. Yeah.
The Ontario Line Construction Update. And I'll just say that starting to go above ground in my ward has created a lot of trouble. We'll be following up constantly on haul routes and truck traffic throughout the East End.
Okay, so on T 24.66 Ontario Line Construction Update, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor. Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carry. All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, all in favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I have reviewed an urgent motion without notice to be added to the agenda if we have 18 members. Do we have 18 members? Okay. Councillor Myers.
Yes, I'm seeking to add an item to the agenda to accept an in-kind donation, and that's to make sure that the donation's received so that we can start the design work for the new park, for the new cricket pitch in Milliken Park.
Show of hands, carried. So we will now go to PH 23.3. So if we have any questions to staff, please put your name on the list. And I want to remind members of council what we have before us is a zoning application. And so we will be discussing only zoning on this item. So if you have any questions on the zoning of the 6 sites, you can put your name on the list. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just a quick one to our planning colleagues on the due diligence that the city does when selecting these sites. I know a lot has been made of delegated authority and concerns in local community, including my own, around site selection. We are there, but we just want to, for the record, understand what due diligence is done to understand ownership, existing zoning permissions, etc. You can help us bring some color and context to that work.
Good morning, and to the speaker, Gord Tanner here with Toronto Shelter. So, as you know, city staff have the delegated authority to site shelters, and we need to follow direction of the municipal shelter bylaw. The site has to be zoned appropriately for a shelter. We need to have the capital money in our budget. And other things we look for is, in this case, the geographical makeup of where we have shelters located in the city and the approximate distance to transit being a major factor as well.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Can you help us understand a little bit more about what the 6 sites in question here, they are all in fact city-owned properties, is that correct?
To the speaker, they're all city-owned properties now. 4 were previously city-owned properties and 2 were acquired for this purpose.
Okay. Thank you. And the report before us today, what does that what does that lead to? What's the outcome of us adopting the report before us today?
To the speaker, my name is Karina Fryer. I'm with Community Planning. Today, the reports that are before you would bring forward zoning bylaw amendments and one official plan amendment to permit a building of slightly larger size on all of these sites. Yeah.
Thank you. And can you just speak a little bit to the consultation process that took place in terms of the planning specific aspects of the report here?
To the speaker, yes, we held a community meeting that was virtual for each individual shelter on May 28th. And then there was a request for follow-up meetings to occur in person with certain councillors, which we also did. Yeah.
Great, I'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Councillor Pasternak, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will only ask questions that are in the report before us. So, in the report, it's mentioned that we have a funding shortfall of $416 million. Is that for the current 6 shelters, or is that for the rollout of future shelters?
Yes, to the Speaker, that is for the total capital cost of the 10-year plan and 20 shelters. We currently do have the budget to move forward with the 6 sites that are currently before us today.
So we've made a request to the federal government for the entire amount of $674 million, but isn't there argument that only about a third of our shelter occupants are either asylum seekers or refugee claimants?
To the Speaker, that would be, I think today, approximately 40% of folks in the shelter system would be refugee claimants. However, we feel that the federal government plays a significant role with respect to building housing across the housing continuum, including shelters, and we are seeking funding from the federal government for this program.
So down the road from 1220 Wilson Avenue, which I think staff are determined to build a shelter at, there's another shelter, I guess it's a former hotel, 1677 Wilson Avenue. It's made the headlines recently. I think there was a murder there. That is scheduled to close. When do you think that will close?
So to the Speaker, part of the reason we are moving forward with this capital project is to close a number of our shelter hotel projects, including the one that you reference on Wilson Avenue. I don't have a current date with respect to that, but the closure of these properties are dependent on our ability to open the new shelter sites, which are smaller, will be custom designed and integrate much better into a community than the property you're referring to.
So what's the timeline for closing this 1677?
So to the Speaker, we currently have a lease on that property until mid-2029.
Okay. Now, we had talked a lot about capital, but what about operating? I think we can all agree that most of the services that go into a shelter are health services, which is clearly provincial jurisdiction. Do we have a steady flow of funding for the treat, mental health, substance abuse, transitioning back into the community?
So to the Speaker, the province of Ontario through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing does provide significant funding to the city and to Toronto Shelter and Support Services. Well over $200 million a year. And so that money is used to hire staff to do a range of different duties within a shelter. We also partner with Ministry of Health funded organizations to provide clinical care within our shelter programs as well.
So you've picked 1220 Wilson Avenue as the preferred site. It's an old, I think, Toronto Parking Authority site. I assume it's declared surplus. Were you aware that we have probably about 600 vacant acres in York Centre, of which about 10%?
So to the Speaker, we work very closely with our real estate colleagues to identify the sites under this plan. The site at 1220 Wilson, as we were directed by Council to look at city-owned property first, was identified as an excellent location for a shelter, adjacent, as you know, to Humber River Hospital, on a major thoroughfare and also on a direct transit line.
So when we define delegated authority, does that mean, I don't know, you don't consult with the local councillor or seek advice or any kind of insights? Is there a discussion there, or there's really no discussion? This is the location, and he might know his ward better than city staff, but we're not really going down that road.
So to the Speaker, the siting of shelters was delegated to staff back in 2017 to, I'd say, depoliticize the nature of siting these locations. The report on the Homeless Capital Infrastructure Strategy was passed in late 2023. So, we've been working with councillors on this project for some time. But ultimately, you're right. We do site the shelters. We do notify a councillor once the site has been secured. And then very much looking for that councillor's expertise on the neighbourhood to understand how it will best integrate into the community, who we should be talking to make it a successful project.
Just very quickly, do you think it's prudent to speak to the councillor before a site is picked or after?
So to the Speaker, it's been our experience that we're more successful when we speak to councillors after a site has been acquired than beforehand.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, staff, for all the support and work you've provided on this sensitive and important file. To pick up on Councillor Pasternak's question, in reflection, and given that each ward and each site is a unique and its own site and has different impacts and variations, do you think in reflection there's value perhaps when we look at delegated authority that staff perhaps shortlist a couple of sites to bring towards the councillor for kind of reflection given the intimate knowledge of the locality?
So to the Speaker, there is a certain amount of urgency and speed with respect to the project we have underway. Bringing these 6 sites forward, we've looked at, through our colleagues in real estate, over 100 different locations across the city. It's difficult at times to site a property that's large enough to host a shelter, but we very much now want to have those conversations with councillors to determine, now that we've sited the shelter, what is the program model going to look like? How is this program going to operate in the best way in the location we've cited?
Understood. I do think there's value to have that kind of dialogue while site selection is happening, for what it's worth. Secondly, my understanding, as staff in real estate did the diligence on site selection, they were looking at properties that were already listed. In many cases, there are appropriate and adequate sites that would work really well, but not on the market. In reflection, is that a consideration, you think, as we unroll our shelter strategy, that we look at sites that may not be on the market but may have to be cold called or being put in touch directly? What are your reflections on that idea?
To you, Madam Speaker, it's Pat Matozo from Real Estate Councillor. We work with many brokers across the city, identify as many sites as possible. Then we look at the site selection process to determine which site is best. So reflecting, if there are sites off market, then we try to work as best we can with brokers to identify those sites.
So is that going forward as we unroll the shelter strategy, and this obviously will inevitably be a sensitive issues, in other words, as this progresses, and we're looking to improve upon this experience with this batch, do you think there could be more work done in terms of citing sites that are not typically available or quote unquote on the market?
To you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question, Councillor. Absolutely, we could look at different ways of approaching the market to solicit locations that may be private or not on the market. But thanks for that. We could look at that.
I would recommend that, given I think councillors have, I guess in some cases relationships, but experience and knowledge of certain sites that staff may not be attuned to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. So just to follow up on the community consultation portion of it, just recap the response to that question that I think Councillor Pasternak asked. Are they virtual for the most part?
To the Speaker, there was a combination of meetings that were held. In total, I think, in terms of global sort of like public meetings, I think something close to 17, and I would say it was a mix.
Sorry, 17 public consultations, and you say it's a mix. Tell me about the mix.
Well, we can speak about each site, but if you look at the report on page 10, it summarizes those main consultation meetings that were held.
And I'm sorry, it was Councillor Morley that actually asked that. Okay. This came to me. All right. So, how many in-person meetings do you conduct?
Just looking at the table on page 10, we can see 1 or 2 per site.
How many people would you say, on average, would attend the in-person meetings?
To the Speaker, it depended on the site. Some of the largest gatherings were up to, I think, 300, 350 people. Sometimes we were receiving 35. It depended on the site.
Okay. So, to Councillor Candeval's question, I think I got this one right this time. So you only consult or advise the councillor after a site is required? You don't in advance speak to a councillor with respect to which site would be, if you have options on sites, engage the councillor a little bit earlier?
So to the Speaker, that's correct. The process currently is such that we acquire either through acquisition or identify a city-owned site. And then notify the councillor in advance and for feedback on how we start the community engagement process with the local neighborhood.
Now, why is that? As part of your delegated authority, it says that you do not consult the councillor. Why would you do it that way? And it would make sense that you would do it the other way, where you would sit down with the local councillor who's very intimately knowledgeable about their particular area. So we could probably eliminate a lot of the issues we've been dealing with here if we would have had more cooperation and consultation through the councillor.
Yeah, so to the Speaker, again, it's been our experience that that this has been the most expedient way to move forward with siting shelters, given the crisis we have around housing and homelessness. But for all councillors, we have another 13 now sites to find throughout the city. And so look forward to engagement with your offices on the best locations in your wards for these programs.
So you would do the next number of sites with consultation with the councillors in advance?
To the Speaker, no, I apologize. That's not what I'm referring to. We still have another 13 sites to find as part of our 10-year plan. And so at this point, if there are sites within wards that would make a good location for a shelter, we are open to having those conversations now about the next 13.
Okay, it's just going over to one of the sites. This came to my attention, and I'm just not clear, about the situation surrounding this particular issue. On the site on 66 3rd Street, is there a laneway that is being acquired next to a parking lot that could potentially prevent access and cause some issues? Well, excuse me, Councillor, I have a question. I think it's a fair question. It's an important question for...
Just a sec, point of order, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, speculating about potential real estate purchases puts the city at risk in terms of the price, so I don't think it's appropriate that we ask about any future land purchase.
So you're suggesting this is a future Langford?
Madam Speaker, I could clarify that in this case, the lane is a public lane owned by the city.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, that clarifies it then. Thank you, Speaker. I'll leave it at that.
Done, Councillor Crisanti?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's it.
okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. First question either to the city solicitor or CREM. Do individual councillors get involved in real estate transactions of the city?
To you, Madam Speaker, again, clients throughout the city come to us for real estate needs. When we're in a position to transact on a real estate transaction, you know, again, specific to real estate, not specific to the shelter program, depending on the value of that transaction, there are certain transactions under the Municipal Code 213 that are delegated to staff, but when that transaction follows the DAF process, then we would consult with the respective councillor before moving forward with the transaction.
So there are instances when respective councillors can be involved in an individual real estate transaction, and there are instances where the municipal code says that they should not be involved. Sorry.
My apologies, Councillor, I'm hard of hearing. If you could just speak a little
Sorry.
louder.
So there are instances where individual councillors should be involved in real estate, or it's appropriate for them to be involved in real estate transactions, and there are instances where it is inappropriate for them to be involved in real estate transactions.
Specific to the real estate program, there's council authority that was provided to shelters and to CREM specific to that program. Specifically, real estate transactions that occur on a daily basis are managed by staff, and when they're ready to execute, then we'll sit down with the councillors to advise through the DAF process, depending on the value. If it's over 10 million, then that specific transaction would go to the respective committee and council for consideration.
Madam Speaker, I could also add that council as a whole has authority over its own real estate. However, that would be impractical. So council has delegated a lot of authority to various staff at various levels. In some cases, that delegation includes a request to consult with council on various matters, but there is no authority held by an individual councillor with respect to real estate transactions.
Thank you very much. So there's no authority for an individual councillor to decide whether or not a shelter should go in their ward, just to clarify.
No, the siting of shelters has been delegated to a deputy city manager in consultation with various other city officials.
So should they be involved in the site selection, and if so, to what degree?
I'm going to suggest that Mr. Tanner is the appropriate person to address the process. It's really not a question of should or should not. There is a process that suggests that councillors be engaged at a point so that they're informed.
Yes, and so to the Speaker, we do sit down with councillors just before we would go firm on an acquisition of a property. In some of these cases, these were city-owned sites that we had cited to shelters, so sit down with the councillor before we embark on an engagement process with the local community.
Okay, so there is a role, but it's at a certain point. The actual site selection, that has been delegated to staff.
That's correct.
Correct, great. And just as just to change tracks a bit, when we were at Planning and Housing, we heard a lot of confusion from both supporters and those who had concerns about the shelters, that the reports were talking about shelters, but when they came to the committee, we were only allowed to talk about like zoning changes. What can be done in the future to make sure that doesn't happen again? So that these reports are clearer in terms of what's actually being debated and what decisions are being made at the appropriate committee.
Yes, so to the Speaker, concurrent with the report going to Planning and Housing, we were at Economic Community Development Committee having a fulsome conversation around the 10-year capital plan and the locations and programming of the shelters. I guess going forward, I would say that we can make future attempts to be very clear with the public around what forum is best for them to come talk about different issues, whether it is the shelter or whether it's the built forum, which would be more appropriate at the Planning and Housing Committee.
Thank you. And final questions. Can you confirm that the shelters currently under discussion can at some point be converted to affordable housing should they no longer be required to be used as shelters?
To the Speaker, yes, they absolutely can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I know we've been talking about real estate this morning, not really about people, but looking at the list of sites here, they range from 1-story to 6-story units for proposed shelters. What are some of the success stories for smaller shelters rather than large shelters?
So through you, Speaker, our experience has been smaller shelters in the range of between 50 and 80 beds. Operate in better ways for a number of reasons. Fewer people under one roof. The staff have an ability to get to understand the people using the service and what their needs are, as well as smaller projects tend to integrate much better into neighborhoods where shelters are found across the city.
And the people who use these shelters, are they from, in your view, are there underhoused people across the city in all neighborhoods?
To the Speaker, yes, we experience and see folks who experience homelessness from all parts of the city.
And you anticipate the people who will be using these shelters are actually from the neighborhoods of Etobicoke or Scarborough where they actually live?
To the Speaker, it would be our hope that as these projects are sited in different neighborhoods across the city, these services would therefore be more available to folks in those communities.
And also the services would have wraparound services as well, right? The shelters have wraparound services, I'm assuming.
Yeah, to the Speaker, we have a shelter services model which includes 24-hour staff on site, a range of case management staff, and then partnering with clinical supports, access to primary care, and other wraparound supports that might visit the shelter as well.
And Councillor Pasternak, in his comments, mentioned that one of the proposed sites in Wilson has a daycare and a school close by. We live in an urban center, and being a former trustee, one of the things we pride ourselves on is that students were able to walk from home to school. So do you believe that there are schools and daycares scattered across the city?
Yeah, to the Speaker, yes.
And my ward is Toronto Centre, and I can say to you that there are shelters all across the ward, and there are schools all across the ward. Historically, have you seen an issue with kids and daycare? Is a conflict?
To the Speaker, no, that's not been an issue in our experience.
Okay. So, one moment. Okay, so thank you. I think I've stated my point here. Thanks.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll start with the zoning questions. The zoning designation for each of these 6 areas already allows shelter use. Why are zoning changes needed?
To the Speaker, largely to deal with performance standards on those sites, height setbacks, those kinds of things.
And do the proposals for the 6 sites align with the provincial planning statement and provincial plans? And can you confirm that the proposals for the 6 sites aligns with the city policies on built form and massing, including regarding heights and setbacks?
Through the Speaker, yes, consistent with provincial policy and conforms with our official plan. Yeah.
So there's nothing unusual going on here in relation to these zoning amendments. To the general manager of shelter, transitioning out of temporary shelter hotels, many of which we contracted during COVID, are increasingly expensive and were an emergency solution, not a long-term plan, correct?
To the Speaker, that's correct.
And many of the issues that are being raised right now by councillors who have concerns about shelters coming into their neighborhoods are really raising questions around these large shelter hotel sites that aren't very different than what this shelter capital plan is advancing, correct?
Yes, to the speaker, the shelter hotels are not built for the purpose of providing shelter to folks experiencing homelessness. So they are also very large and at times can be problematic to manage and integrate well in communities.
What's the change of population between those hotels with respect to what's being advanced here?
So to the speaker, the largest hotel that we operated had well over 350 people under one roof. Our focus is on closing the larger sites at around the 200 people mark. We have a range of other smaller hotels as well, but the large ones, over 100, are too big for the purpose that we want to use them for.
And we have countless shelters where there are no complaints. I certainly know of a youth shelter in my ward that most of the neighbors aren't really aware is there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In terms of the issues that are being raised, some councillors are asking about when those large shelter hotels are going to close, but isn't it the case that we cannot get out of those very expensive leases and close the hotels that are maybe not integrating as well into neighborhoods or providing the services for unhoused people that they need? Don't these things go together? You can't support shutting down those sites if you don't support these 6 new sites out of the 20 new that are going to be built.
So to the speaker, that's correct. The 10-year capital plan is really being proposed so we can leave the sites without losing capacity in our shelter system. To close them otherwise would risk seeing more people living outdoors in our parks, our transit system, etc.
Let's talk about cost and good stewardship of dollars, property tax dollars, and the interest of making sure that we're getting real value for money. What is the real cost of not moving forward today at this council meeting with these zoning changes in terms of continuing to operate shelters? What's the cost to the city of saying no today?
So to the speaker, we can operate these purpose-built shelters at about half of the operational cost that we do for the shelter hotels. Every month that we do not build and open one of these shelters, we lose $280,000 in operating efficiency.
We're talking about a lot of money here, millions of dollars down the drain if we don't support this plan today. Councillors are raising questions about their role. Isn't there a role as well for councillors to work with the local community to make the project successfully integrate into the neighborhood? How can councillors contribute? How have you seen councillors contribute to making these projects work?
So to the speaker, as was noted, councillors are experts on their communities, the people that live in those communities, and are key to assist us in directing us to speak to local stakeholders, local networks that may exist, residents associations, business improvement areas, local schools. And so they are essential for the conversations and engagement that we want to undertake in these.
And they do that. Many councillors do that.
Yes.
So my final question is about the real estate transaction piece. What is the risk to the city if real estate transactions are not negotiated confidentially? What happens to the cost if all of a sudden there's speculation and councillors are involved and real estate transactions are not kept private?
To you, Madam Speaker, to you, Councillor, it's twofold. One, it could impact price, but there's the possibility that the deal would not go through.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My first set of questions is to community planning. This is a zoning item, and there have been a number of questions around zoning. So I just want to hear a little bit more about how often a condo project requires rezoning and official plan amendments.
To the Speaker, to the Deputy Mayor, frequently it's required. So it depends on the scale of the building, whatever's permitted as of right, but in general, often we see rezoning applications coming in with development.
Okay, so can you kind of expand a little bit more on that? Would a rental building project require rezoning similar to this? Affordable housing, supportive housing, a private development?
So the determination of whether a zoning bylaw amendment is required isn't dependent on the tenure of the building, whether it's condo, whether it's rental or supportive housing. What it's dependent on is the size of the building in relation to the existing zoning on the site and the policies that apply to it. Frequently, we do see a need for rezoning applications still on these on any type of mid-rise tall building coming in. Yeah.
So the report that's in front of us, how in alignment with what you typically deal with developments across the city is it?
To the speaker, it's very common. This is not out of line with what we would see on any kind of development coming across our desk of the city. Yeah.
And I know that there's always, we have meetings and folks with people who are looking to build and continue to invite more neighbors to our communities. And there is often a question of speed when it comes to dealing with the city and particularly with our planning division. How does this zoning and the pace that it is moving forward, how does that align with the approach that you just described on any sort of development project? Sorry, to the speaker, we do strive to meet the timelines that are outlined for these types of applications in the Planning Act. In this instance, I believe it's been about 84 days, whereas a typical, like our timeline for a rezoning is 90. So we're right at that mark in terms of what the province expects us to do for moving forward on decisions related to rezonings. Okay, thank you very much. My next question is for Toronto Shelter and Support Services. And I guess I just want to start by asking, which wards in the city have you received reports about encampment?
So to you, Speaker, likely every ward across the city at some point we've had calls, either current or in the recent past, about people sleeping outdoors at encampment.
Okay, so just to be clear, is there any ward in the city where you have not received reports about encampments?
So to the Speaker, I can't name one currently, no.
Okay, and in terms of, planning, development, and what we're moving forward here, what does that tell you about the need in our city if every single ward in our city has been reporting encampments? And is that typical? Has that always been the case?
So to the Speaker, I mean, we find ourselves currently, as Council has endorsed, in a homelessness emergency housing crisis. The number of people sleeping outdoors is significant. Part of our goal is to open shelters across neighborhoods throughout Toronto to assist with that issue and to ensure we have a stable shelter system into the future.
One of the concerns that has been raised with me is about, how we use and target the very limited resources that we have as a city. And, is having people sleeping outside a responsible way to be using our city's limited resources?
To the Speaker, homeless services, providing support to people living outdoors is likely some of the most expensive interventions that we could plan. Significantly more expensive than building purpose-built, supportive, affordable, and a whole range of different housing types.
And we know that, the most kind of cost-effective approach to addressing homelessness is affordable housing. And can you just speak to how the proposal that's in front of us allows us to continue to move people along that journey to the ultimate outcome that we're looking for, which is?
Yes, so to you, Speaker, having a strong, robust shelter system is part of the housing continuum, provides a first step for some folks who may be very vulnerable or maybe just out of housing for a short period of time to get back on their feet and get into permanent housing with the supports they need. So this plan is fundamentally about solving the housing and homelessness crisis. And as noted, in the future, if we find ourselves in a place where we can transition these shelters into supportive housing, we'd be seeking to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, so you talked earlier, I just want to focus in on the delegated authority. You said that the delegated authority depoliticizes the process?
Yes, to the Speaker, it's not a conversation here at Council about where shelters are sited. It's a delegated authority that staff have to site those shelters.
So exactly, but I just want to draw a parallel, for example. So yesterday we dealt with, the World Cup issue, how the World Cup thing was done. I don't know if you were here for it, if you saw any of it. And one of our big concerns was, look, we got into this deal and it's costing us a lot of money and we weren't made aware. All the stuff was done off book by somebody else somewhere else, and you trust that they're doing okay, but they're doing it frugally and they're doing responsibly. But you understand that things, even with staff and at that level, when things are taken off the table where you have lots of eyes and lots of people looking at it, can go off the rails. You understand that, right?
So to the Speaker, part of this delegated authority is that we must report back to Council on an annual basis on the projects, their development, costs incurred.
So let's look at some of the things that not you, before your time, so nothing to do with you. So when I say you, I mean the people behind you. But so, for example, when not real estate, they weren't part of this either, but the delegated authority, when the delegated authority kicked in, for example, your department went out and sort of, worked out deals with, 27 hoteliers across, along the 401, let's say. And then there was an auditor's report on the heels of that, which basically painted a very, very dark picture for all of us in terms of the amount of money that we got into this deal for and how bad the deals were. In terms of, we poured over $1 billion into a program in a few short years that of monies that, granted the monies weren't ours because the province and the feds were flowing the monies back then, like, the trough was open and so on. But you'll look back and recognize that the auditor was correct and they were very, very bad deals, right?
So to the Speaker, very different times. During a pandemic, there were very quick negotiations that happened to space out people in the shelter system, move thousands of people to great success with their health outcomes related to COVID.
But wouldn't you agree that if, for example, those deals had come to council before you'd entered into those deals, we might have saved $200-300 million there. That's a lot of money, right? Like, you would agree that if we had that oversight, we could potentially have saved a lot of money here, correct?
So to the Speaker, I can't comment on what would have happened, but that is the core part of this program, is to get us out of the continuing very high-cost hotels that we pay for on a daily basis.
No, I understand that, but I just want to sort of focus in on the delegated authority for a sec, right? Because that's really, that's a fundamental issue part of this program. You would agree that the delegated authority, in that instance, got us into some really, really bad deals that cost this council and other levels of government a great deal of money.
To the Speaker, I can't comment on the outcome being different if it had been
Well,
before council.
the auditor was very, very clear in the report. There's a very, very scathing auditor's report on this issue where she looked at those deals, and she was very clear in her comments that we paid monies for empty rooms.
Councillor Perruzza, can you please be on topic here?
Well, I am on topic.
No, you're not.
I'm just trying to. The delegated authority, Madam Speaker, can be sometimes very problematic and very, very wasteful in terms of tax monies, irrespective of where they come from. And the auditor was clear on that, and I'm just trying to point that out.
To the Speaker, yes, very in-depth auditor review of the use of shelter hotels and why they're not an appropriate place for us to be housing thousands of people experiencing homelessness.
So
Oh, okay, Councillor Prusa, that was your last question. Councillor Prusa, last question. Okay.
Again, to the Speaker, not sure the outcome would have been different. I can't comment on that.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have been assured that the boxes or build form being submitted through these zoning changes are to maximize the potential space, but this is in no way a detailed design, especially in my ward where we are now engaging Indigenous architects and the community. Why are we rushing this zoning process rather than submitting detailed design, which would provide greater transparency, feedback opportunities, and community participation?
To the Speaker, the zoning process is one that is not detailed. With every development across the city, what we're developing really is a performance standards box. We've designed these bylaws, again, to be flexible, specifically so that during site plan, we're able to, I think, elevate the conversation, bring it to the community in a way we wouldn't even necessarily do with a private developer.
But
so that we can have
this
that
no longer comes back to council after this, is that correct?
It does not come back to council,
Right.
no, you're right.
So usually when we bring developments, work with developers, by the time they're submitting and we're coming to council with those developments, we have quite an understanding of where the doors are, what's happening on the ground floor, how loading is happening. And in this case, we don't. We actually have no visibility, and wherever we land, we won't see it as a council. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, no, I wouldn't characterize it like that. The bylaw sets out limits, absolute limits where a development can go before they need to come back in for another conversation.
So what opportunities will community and councillors have to give feedback on the final design, given that this won't be coming back?
Through the Speaker, we've agreed through the consultation that we will continue to consult with the community and the councillor through the site plan process, so revisions and considerations can be taken in then.
Okay, as we heard through the FIFA debate, there's a lack of understanding about the parameters of delegated authority. At what point in the development of this shelter does it leave delegated authority and return to authority of council, or is the entire process up to completion completely delegated?
Through the Speaker, we're in a rezoning process right now,
Right.
and it's no different than any other.
No, but my question is about delegated authority to the shelter.
So to you, Speaker, the authority that's delegated to staff is really about the siting of the location. You know, in each one of the shelters we've developed in the past, it's an ongoing engagement with both the councillor and community around the final design, programming under that roof.
So after this site has been chosen, which it already has, this complete execution process is back to council in terms of bringing it to completion. Is that true, or is this actually still delegated in its execution process?
Yes, to the Speaker, for these projects, we don't foresee another engagement with committee or council on the end product. So those conversations would occur outside the formal context
So
of
it's
committee and council.
trust-based. And what level of input can community expect in the process? If council and community has no input on site selection, what input would be considered? And do you have any examples of where past shelter projects actually pivoted or changed because of community feedback?
Yeah, so to the Speaker, there's been a range of different projects over the years, and through development and engagement with both communities and with the local councillor, we've changed things such as the occupancy, size of the project, things such as different partnerships that we bring to bear, or setting up formal structures where local residents and community can be engaged with the shelter operator on pre and post opening.
Thank you. My last question. Many community members are concerned about increased visible drug use, needles in surrounding areas, and safety when there's a concentration of those who may be struggling with mental health and addiction challenges. When these issues come up, it often becomes a burden on the local police, and the shelters themselves do not always have a plan that can mitigate impacts that are outside of their immediate area. What can be done to give assurance to communities that these shelters will not have significant impacts on the well-being and sense of safety for the surrounding community?
So to the Speaker, each one of these locations and our shelters, they are accountable for what happens outside the immediate doors of the shelter itself. The smaller nature of these developments puts fewer people who might be very vulnerable under one roof, and so moves away from the concentration of very high needs folks at some of the shelter hotels. We work very closely with Toronto Police Services, Crisis Services when we need to. And I think the ongoing engagement with the local community is also key to success, and if any concerns come up, they can be addressed.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions? You're next.
Thank you. My first question is to the city solicitor. There's been a suggestion that when we're considering shelters, we should consider their proximity to other uses or another shelter. My understanding is City Council tried to do this once and the court said no. Can you tell me a little about that?
Madam Speaker, while I don't have the decision at my fingertips, I can tell you that the city has been criticized historically for taking positions that look like people zoning, so that they're looking at the user rather than the use, and that there was a case in the past along the lines of what the councillor has described.
It was specifically on our shelter bylaw. They built in proximities and we were told, no, you can't do that.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Another question to the city solicitor. I just want to follow up on something Councillor Myers said. There's a very specific set of reasons why we don't have individual councillors tell the real estate division to buy or not buy a property. Among them would be that there could be a real or perceived opportunity for corruption. Is that correct?
Well, what I can say is that legally the authority to make those decisions rests with council at the outset, and that council has delegated, and rightly so, given the amount of real estate that the City of Toronto manages, council has delegated a great deal of that authority to staff at various levels, and there are some instances where there's a request to confer with the local councillor, but there is no authority that's been delegated to the local councillor, and I can understand as a matter of policy why that would not be prudent.
Thank you. Again, now to the General Manager of Shelters. Do you have experience with co-location or proximity between a shelter and a childcare center?
So to the Speaker, the one that comes to mind was developed and co-located with the childcare, and that's our Fort York residence down near Bathurst and the Fort York area.
So they're co-located, they're literally adjacent?
Yes.
Have you had problems as a result of that?
To the Speaker, no.
Okay, thank you. To planning staff, this is following on what Councillor Cheng was asking about. Many of the sort of fine details inside the box belong in site plan. Am I correct in remembering that the province of Ontario has made it illegal for council to set site plan?
To the Deputy Speaker, matters of site plan have been delegated to staff.
And it's actually not just delegated, but it must be the chief planner, not council, who decides on site plan.
The legislation has said that it must be delegated to a member of staff. And
must be delegated.
And that has been delegated to the Executive Director of Development Review.
Okay, thank you. This issue about whether a shelter should go at a certain address. We have in our zoning bylaw, or attached to our zoning bylaw, a shelter bylaw that says shelters can go in these kinds of locations. If someone, like say the Salvation Army, privately bought a piece of real estate somewhere in the city that was inside the area permitted under the shelter bylaw, and then they put a shelter in there without requiring a rezoning, nobody would be involved in that decision making. It's an as-of-right use. The only issue would be whether they wanted funding from us, correct?
To the Deputy Speaker, if that use, the crisis care shelter, was permitted on those lands, then yes, it could be done as of right. Yeah.
And so, just to put a fine point on it, putting a shelter in a place that our shelter bylaw permits is not something that legally we can require public consultation on. The only issue that's in front of us, the only issue we consult on is a change in the building that would require an amendment to the official plan or zoning bylaw.
To the Deputy Speaker, in this case, yes, this pertains to the performance standards on the site, the setbacks, the heights, those types of things only, not the use.
Okay, and in terms of that process of looking at the changes in zoning, the consultation process on these six sites not only meets but exceeds the requirements we have for a zoning conversation.
Through the Deputy Speaker, yeah, the statutory requirements in the Act are just for the one statutory meeting, which is actually planning and housing. Our official plan requires one additional meeting. As I've stated, we've held in total about 17 meetings on these sites collectively, but more than that one extra meeting that's required on each.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Speaker Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. So recommendation 10, which I moved at planning and housing, which I believe the staff supported that. And just going back to Councillor Chang's question, recommendation 10 about the Deputy City Manager, Community Emergency Services, working with the local councillor, the community, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so going back to Councillor Chang's question, so there are opportunities with this motion, opportunities for the local councillor through this whole process to sit down with the residents, sit down with the city, and work on specific issues and actually the design, and as well as what you would like to see, if community spaces, a number of beds that you have. I mean, that is what happened at the Runnymede shelter. And maybe you can explain what happened at the Runnymede shelter that was in my ward on what I did in the number of meetings I had. I had about 12 meetings with the residents before it opened.
Yes, so to the Speaker, Councillor Nunziata, you were very involved in citing and opening the shelter at 731 Runnymede, Junction Place. We had a proposal which started, I think, seeking about 100 beds at that location. And through work with yourself and local stakeholders that you convened, we landed on a shelter capacity of between 50 and 60. We integrated a community room that's available for local neighbors and residents to book and use if they'd like, and ongoing conversation through that committee that you convened.
So all those consultation meetings, and at that time, right, I know all my residents were against it, but at that time, at the end of the day, the residents, the community, we had that steering committee working with the city and working with the council, which I had ongoing consultation. We were able actually to work with the architect that designed the space and get the space that the community wanted, and as well as reduce the number of beds. So at the end of the day, there was all that consultation that happened.
To you, Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, I just responded to Councillor Chang's question is that there are opportunities for the local councillor to continue and work with the local community and the city on the site.
To the Speaker, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, you're up.
Yes, question to Development Review. In terms of this proposed site at 2204, 2212, Caledonia and Eglinton, are you aware of any issues in terms of parking, accessibility, loading, dropping off on that site location? Where would people unload, drop off material, whatever?
To the Speaker, Chris Pereira, Community Planning. So the plans do not show parking or loading on site at the moment. However, the bylaw has been written in a way that we can provide parking and loading in the future.
So would it be prudent for me to move a motion saying that there should be parking, loading on site, part of the approval?
I think it's something we're willing to discuss during the site plan stage, and it's something we can work with the community and yourself
Because right now, the original discussions I had, they said they were going to load and offload on Eglinton, which is nonsense. It's not going to work. So how could you not include parking and loading area?
Thank you. Through the Deputy Speaker, that is something we heard through the consultation process, and therefore have allowed the flexibility in the zoning bylaw to look at ways we can introduce loading and parking should it be feasible, and that, as my colleague mentioned, is something we're prepared to look at even further through the site plan process.
What about setbacks? As you know, this would be just south of a residential single-family home. Is there going to be any opportunity for setbacks, proper, adequate setbacks?
Through the Deputy Speaker, so the setback to the residential area is 7.5 meters, which is adequate based on current planning policy.
But it could be expanded beyond the 7, I hope.
There is a portion where it's around 10.5 meters, so there is flexibility in the bylaw to also work with that. And
also, it's right next door to a shawarma place, so we don't want to get the smell of the shawarma. As much as we love shawarma, can we get setback from that?
We could continue those discussions at the site plan stage for sure. There's flexibility, as we've mentioned.
Okay. A question to create TO. As you know, this site is located in an MTSA. It's right at the across the street from what's going to be one of Toronto's major transit hubs at Caledonia, with the GO train coming by and the never to be completed Eglinton joke called the LRT. So why would we not propose some kind of density at this site rather than, I think this is what, 6 stories? Is this the best use of this property?
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker, Vic Gupta, Creatio. I think in the responsibility that we had was to identify sites that were available and already declared surplus. This site was declared surplus by the Toronto Parking Authority, surplus to its use and its needs, and it was determined that this was the highest priority at this point in time for this site. I mean, it's certainly a site that could potentially receive or have greater density, but at this point in time it was an important site identified by shelters for their needs, and so that's why we're proceeding in this manner.
So despite the fact this could probably house a 40-story tower, residential tower, we're going with a 6-story building.
To the Speaker, what I would say is this site is only about 20 meters wide, so it's a little bit difficult to put something like a tall building on a site of this scale.
Well, they're doing it at Yonge and Eglinton.
Never seen it.
I've got 55 stories at a 50-foot lot on Yonge and Eglinton. I got 2 of them.
It's not about the location. In terms of the location, I agree with you. We're intensifying in these PMTSAs. The site itself is only 20 meters wide, which makes it difficult to accommodate a tall building.
But they're doing it. Anyways, the last question I have is about the potential state of the land there. It might be hazardous waste. It might be toxic materials being dumped there. There's been a environmental analysis done of that condition of the site?
To you, Madam Speaker, it's Pat Matozzo, Councillor Cole. Just as part of our site due diligence with respect to environmental as part of our process, with respect to 601 Caledonia, there are no contaminants on that site. However, there are environmental soil and groundwater contaminants on the adjacent property at 2204 Eglinton. We have been working with our environmental consultant. We do have an environmental management plan as part of the project that will address the environmental contaminants, and that's aligned with ministry-aligned approvals. So we do have a plan.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Tanner, how much did you say it costs per day in premium to keep people in the hotels?
So to you, Speaker, it's approximately $300 a day, including the room rate, wraparound support, so on.
So the implication of not passing this report, either one location or all of them, is a lot of money.
To the Speaker, that's correct.
Right, and you've spent money already on this program? I'm assuming you've done plans and put some invested time and effort into getting us to this point.
So to the Speaker, 2 properties have been acquired. There's been design and preliminary design on the properties.
Councillor Bravo was right, millions of dollars is what's at play here.
That's correct.
Okay, to the solicitor. Can you tell me why we didn't delegate authority to staff to rezone these properties?
Madam Speaker, the City of Toronto Act prohibits the delegation of zoning bylaw decisions.
Council has to make those decisions.
Yes.
Who can appeal those decisions? There's no third-party appeals, right?
There are limited third-party appeals listed in the Planning Act, but it has been significantly reduced.
Right, we're the landowner, I'm assuming, so we're not going to appeal ourselves. There's not many others that can appeal this decision. Is that right? Is that fair?
It's been limited, yes.
Okay. So there's a quote in this report. It's a planning report. The quote says, this is from the public, lack of trust in the process, including skepticism about what decisions were made prior to consultation. So not many people can appeal this. This is before council. Can anyone answer me why anyone would think this is not a fettered decision where our hands are tied behind our back, given there's millions of dollars at stake? How does the public come away from this understanding that this is an impartial decision? That's our job, right? Like, isn't that our requirement? The council needs, and I'm looking at the solicitor, we're supposed to be making objective planning decisions. Do developers, maybe here's a simple question, do developers normally make their own zoning decisions?
What is before council today is the built form for these sites.
Right.
And not the use as a shelter.
And I think Mr. Tanner answered whether or not it mattered if we made this decision, they couldn't go forward. It's millions of dollars. I think I heard that right. So does council not have a financial interest with respect to passing this zoning bylaw?
I'm going to leave that question to others who have a better understanding of the budget aspects of this.
Apologies through the Speaker. Could you just repeat the question for me?
So does council not have a financial interest in passing these zoning decisions?
So to the Speaker, I mean, council passed the homeless capital infrastructure strategy in late 24 with the estimated costs that would be before council.
In not passing this, is there a daily premium that we will continue to pay, taxpayers will pay?
So to the Speaker, not passing the zoning report today would not allow us to move forward with the built forms we've considered for the sites. It could thus delay us opening these projects, and any delay, as I've mentioned, has an operating impact to our budget.
So to the Madam Deputy City Manager in charge of the program, do you not see this statement here in this report as a lack of trust in the process, including skepticism about what decisions were made prior to consultation? And I will extend that to say that council is supposed to be making an objective decision about built form, and we've just heard that we have financial interest in making this decision. What screens have been put in place to make sure that council's decision is not fettered or looks like it is a self-interest? Why would anyone trust the process?
So the feedback that has been provided is to share the feedback that we have received. We have been following the process that has been approved and the delegated authority through council and reporting back on that.
Is there any plan to deal with the issue of the perception that council is making an impartial decision on a planning and zoning matter and built form, and the purity of such decision that we do all of the time when we consider developments? Would it not be a problem if that quote popped up in a third-party developer report where we were considering a building being constructed and someone said other decisions were made that affects this? Does not anyone see that as a problem? And what are we doing about it? Why would anyone trust us?
So through this speaker, we feel that in front of you is a fulsome planning report that speaks to the 6 sites, the amendments that we are recommending to each of those sites that allow for a larger built form with different performance standards, which could be used for any type of use on the site.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff, and I'm not sure which, I get what we're talking about, to build form and of these sites and so on, and the zoning being passed. I'm just wondering, and I think Mr. Tanner addressed this a little bit, if we don't make a decision today, going forward, we know we have many encampments, we know I have them in the board, and we're trying, thank you, Mr. Tanner, for helping me with them. What are the other options that are available to us to place the house people? And of course, these buildings are not going to be built tomorrow. They'll have challenges. Any other options available to us?
So to the Speaker, coming out of the pandemic, we were expending a significant amount of money sheltering people in leased hotels that are not a stable part of our shelter system. We've seen the demand for people seeking our services increase exponentially over the years. So we have brought before Council a plan to build out our base shelter system with city-owned assets, with projects that are custom-built to serve a smaller group of people for better outcomes. The alternative would be to continue to hopefully lease, because we don't own the buildings, the shelter hotels that we operate at a significantly high cost, or to close those programs and risk seeing many more people on the street, in our transit system, in parks, and encampments.
Thank you for that. Now, you talk a little bit about the Homeless Capital Infrastructure Plan, a program that Council approved. Have we actually done, or have we facilitated a discussion with Torontonians all around how we address the homeless issue, notwithstanding or bringing into the discussion, sites for homeless shelters? Have we sort of gone through that whole exercise? Because we know the impact and the concerns that many in the community have. It's not just about form and the selection, but the impact thereafter that all of us in our community, the shelter essentially put in place.
So to you, Speaker, I think over the years we've been engaged, whether it's releasing the results of our latest street needs assessment, demonstrating the need, engaging with media and the public, but perhaps there's a greater role we have in trying to raise awareness around the issue of homelessness and the impacts to Torontonians. And so that's something we take back and continue to seek opportunities to engage in that conversation.
Well, I'm just wondering if, as Councillor Holiday pointed out about sort of the lack of trust prior consultation, that speaks to this issue that many people have decisions to place shelters in specific areas or wards across the city. And why it's the tail end of the situation that's playing now. Why would we not have made more efforts in order to bring people on site, provide more clarity with respect to impact and potential that would come from the grassroots, from the public in general, about security, drug use, paraphernalia?
Yes, to you, Speaker. I think there's, we can't change what's happened in the past. There's opportunities to increase our engagement with the public going forward. I would say that throughout these conversations, there is a segment of the public that is very supportive of the work that we're doing also.
Right, and I guess my final question, and maybe I'll get you to comment on this. Perhaps we're got you on my, I know that for a fact. We've had a number of challenges in the community and so on, but we've been able to put solutions in place, similarly to what Councillor Speaker has stated. I'm just wondering, can you provide councillors, for example, these 6 with some degree of comfort? While we're not talking about the bill, I know we're talking about build form and sites selection and so on, but with respect to the potential challenges that people perceive that will come about as a result of these being in place in the respective ward and community.
Yeah, so to you, Speaker, with respect to all of the sites under this project and sites that we operate across the city, we need to be accountable to things that happen outdoor of the shelter and to work and be good neighbors to communities. So I think we still have some work to do on these 6 and future sites under this capital program. But, you know, we are, as you noted in response to some sites in your ward, been on the ground with you, looking at the issues and doing our best to mitigate and solve them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm just going to ask this quickly, the city solicitor. I think previously there had been a, wonder if, Speaker, hold my time. Thank you. There had been a bylaw where if something was in 250 meters, one shelter to another, that had to be a full-blown rezoning. Is that correct? You remember that? In the old city? And that was changed,
So,
correct?
yes, we're familiar with that.
Thank you. So that was the rule. We had to change that. That was people zoning. You're not allowed to do that. So we shifted to a new model.
And I do want to clarify that was changed because of a direction from the Human Rights Commission.
Correct.
rather
So
than
you
a
can't
court
do
decision.
that. That's what I said. Can't do that. Got to change it. So you can't really people zone. You were clear on that, but that was gone from our books. We used to do that. And so we had a new approach, which is, I don't believe really being fully implemented here, which is when we're citing, to go and find people that are our friends that can help us cite the shelter. Would you say that we do a good enough job doing that yet? Because I was part of building that in 2017, and I don't really see that in force yet.
So to the Speaker, we do our best. There's room for improvement.
So is there room for improvement on that?
Yes.
Thank you. Good. Room for improvement. So tell me the difference here. If we say to you, City Council says, go and build 6 shelters, and you come and you say, here they are, or we say to Create TO, go and build 6 sites, and they do the zoning, they do everything, and they come here for whatever final approval. I'm just going to ask planners. There's really no difference. As people are saying, well, we have to be able to go to the OMB or the OLT, and we have no... We do that all the time on our sites, do we not?
To the Speaker, yes, we do that all the time. I would say, again, this is not about the use, this is
No,
about
I
the
understand that,
form,
but
right?
it's the
So-
use is housing, the use is housing. We just asked Create to come in, they've already done that work, and it's our site. So we're not going to the OLT on our own sites. And we agreed to do those things with Create, we've agreed to do these things for shelters. Create, correct?
Through the Speaker, we were brought forward 6 sites and 6 designs, and we
Council
brought forward
asked
a
you
zoning.
to do that, correct?
We brought forward the zoning, staff did.
And council asked Create to bring forward sites, correct? There doesn't seem to be a lot different, that we have a process, we're following the same process as we have with housing now and other sites.
That's correct.
Correct? Thank you. There's nothing here that's an anomaly, as has been pointing out, some other councillors are trying to show that. I'm just wondering if we can do a good enough job, and I don't know, this is kind of a high-level question, it might be to the DCM, to socialize what we're doing, who's coming there, the success stories, the people that are there. I'll just give you an example. Wood Green has an unmet campaign, very large, done creatively, done professionally, unmet housing, unmet health, unmet food, and then when you support Wood Green, they're met. I don't see anything that's at that level around shelters, helping people. These are people that are one paycheck away from living there, or they've been rent evicted. I just don't see any of that from the city. Do you think that that's a problem, and one of the reasons why we have such a big problem on these 6 sites?
To the Speaker, that I agree, that is certainly an area that we need to do better on in terms of communications and working with the community, and we are building that in as we move forward.
Wood Green didn't do that in their own office. They had to hire a creative team that assisted in that communications. Is that something that we can do here, or are we just thinking we know how to do everything?
No, I agree. I mean, I think that there's expertise both in and outside of the city, and so we can go outside of that to build that in.
So we can go outside on these difficult matters to help the public understand and feel good about what they're doing, to the point where we have Councillor Nunziata saying she had a very difficult situation, but once people came in, they're in playing bingo, they're in bringing food, they're doing that on Leslie Street, but the initial was now what's going on here. So you're agreeing with me that at this point, it's a bit of a surprise. There's no bigger picture that we paint from the city side about our planning or our plans to help people.
I agree, that's where we have to develop, absolutely, and that's a good example.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. We know that the rent have gone up dramatically, went up 62%. It's now at least bachelor unit $1,456. If you happen to be laid off or your pension is not big enough or you've been evicted, you have to have a place to stay. And 15,000 people are homeless in Toronto, according to the latest survey. The city has capacity to shelter 12,000 of them. And we also, through supplementing their rent, housed 4,000 plus last year. But still, every day, people call. 150 people are turned away. And where do they stay? They live in tents. They live in parks. They live in ravines. And because we have extreme weather, extreme cold, heat waves, 300 of them died prematurely. For a woman, it's worse. Average 36 years old. And just past weekend, there was a fire that engulfed an encampment in St. Clair and Inglewood earlier this month. A person was burned to death in a tent. And you said, what about affordable housing? Well, there's 85,000 people that are waiting for affordable housing. We have a housing crisis, folks. So we have to build shelters. And we have to build them in smaller scale so it works. What is the problem with 50 seniors in Etobicoke, in Councillor Morley's area? Why is it so scary? They could be our grandparents. They're veterans who selflessly give up their spot for other people. And that's why they're on the street. They have sometimes mental health issues because of what they have experienced. There are people that are on disability, that they are recovering from illness, they are looking at shelter at Councillor Pasternak's ward. They're recovering. And they are right beside a hospital, this shelter. And then there's 50 young people in Councillor Chang's that will be run by Covenant House. Covenant House don't just run shelter. They help young people get training, get employment, become independent. I went to visit Covenant House not too long ago, first time, and met Victoria and Job. Within a couple of months, they were helping other people, welcoming other people, helping in the kitchen. And recently I went back to visit Job, and Covenant House. Job was there to welcome me. He found his own place. He started his own business. He had a suit on because he's so proud of what he's doing. And that's what Covenant House can do. They have many years of experience. I bet you can't find where they are right now. They've been right into their neighborhood. Another operator, Fred Victor, 130 years of experience dealing with homelessness. And they don't just give people shelter. They provide training, meals, employment programs. And they started the Fred Victor's Friend Catering Team Bakery program. They learn how to bake and they start up their own business. Yes, the problem with homelessness is complex, and so are the solutions. But without a roof over your head, no solution is going to start. If you live in a tent and living rough, there's no solution that can start. So what does a successful shelter look like? supportive place, fits into the neighborhood, where the neighbors and shelter operators get along. If there's issues that arise, they get dealt with immediately. And these new shelters are going to be smaller than what they're used to seeing. The manageable size, I encourage you to look at the drawings online. They are good spaces, they have communal kitchen, there's a sense of community, so they can get back on their feet faster. They are designed also, they can be converted to supportive housing, so people can become independent even faster. So we must act on homelessness. We have to build shelter, rebuild lives, and foster hope.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for your comments. Your process is very important, and this has fallen off the rails because of process. I will not be supporting the rezoning at 1220 Wilson Avenue. The local member of parliament is against it. The local MPP is against it. The local councillor is against it. And I think we have 6,000 people who have signed petitions against it. And part of the problem is that just down the street from this location is 1677 Wilson Avenue. And that is what we referenced was a COVID hotel that has created enormous problems in the neighborhood, the most recent being a murder. People have complained about residents walking through the neighborhoods, walking through the local retail, needles in the parks, and we've been unable to provide the supports necessary to really treat the homeless. Building these shelters is not treating the homeless at all. You don't have the resources for mental health, substance abuse, or transitioning people into the local communities. There is a narrative going on that the inner suburbs are not pulling their weight. Well, Councillor Moyes, let me give you a little lecture. In York Centre, we have the North York Women's Shelter. We have the Canadian Mental Health Association halfway house. Across the street, we have a shelter at 1677 Wilson Avenue with over 400 residents. We have a shelter at 1651 Shepherd Avenue West. And we're building a 45-bed facility for mental health in partnership with CMHC at 2 Champlain Drive. We have out of the coal programs, we have food banks, we have toy drives. We have all kinds of supports for those in need. This shelter is the wrong place, it's the wrong height, it's a lack of amenity space, it's totally inappropriate for this site. There is a middle school to the west, a daycare to the east. There's not enough green space, that's been taken up by parking. And it's right across from the hospital where partnerships might be possible, but they have not been secured. You know, when we talk about delegated authority, I bring Council's attention to its policy of November 2021, where we considered an item called Shelter Infrastructure Plan, Community Engagement Review, and Amendments to Contracts and Purchase Orders to support shelter services. And item number 4 on this is City Council authorized that in context of acquisition or lease of a property for the purpose of a shelter site, the local councillor shall be briefed in accordance with the process approved by City Council, and then it goes on and on. You know, the reason we're here is we know our communities very well, and we are a source of expertise in the needs of our communities. And for staff, and I realize they have a job to do, and I thank them for their hard work, but for them to not seek any kind of advice on potential sites that will actually work in the homeless environment, I think is missing the point of delegation. Sure, we have asked them to go and pick locations and create a short list, but still keep the local councillor informed. And that's why this has fallen off the rail. You know, much of what we see before us now is unfunded. Over $400 million, a shortfall in rolling out this program. And there are so many different areas that we can point to why we're in this situation. We have asylum seekers and refugees coming into the country, federal jurisdiction, without a real plan to house them when they arrive until they get status. We have a mental health crisis across our city without the Ministry of Health at both the federal and provincial governments providing the supports that we need. And we have a system here in which we're not working closely enough with the local councillor and the community to get things done. The successful models that I've heard about from my colleagues is when the local councillor is informed of what's going on, when he or she is engaged in the site selection and the nature of the shelter and what's going inside. When they're frozen out of the process, that's when things fail. I will not be supporting this zoning bylaw amendment. Remember, and I'm telling my residents this as well, voting against this will not defeat the shelter. It will shrink the shelter, making it more manageable for that site, more effective in the local community, and in a better position to help the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. I would like to thank staff and fellow councillors who have spoken into these motions, and I've been also in conversation with our operator. If you can put the motion on screen. This motion addresses issues like parking, loading, increased amenity space, design considerations for the main entrance, looking at parking capacity in the neighborhood, employment opportunities for Indigenous communities in the construction of the shelter, and to include community space on the ground floor. And this is for a positive implementation. This is what collaboration looks like. I am working with the operator and with city staff to try to get the best outcome. I know many of my residents are ready to welcome the shelter. I think we had one of the friendliest consultations staff have ever attended. That's what they said. There is still opposition and people threatening to organize against me in the upcoming elections next year. But I hope that through trust-building conversations, we can achieve something that will be historic for the City of Toronto, which is our first city-led Native women and children's shelter in the City of Toronto. It's not the only one, because there are violence against women shelter in the city, but one that is city-led. So I do want to add, though, that I do disagree with this process that we have here, because I think that it hurts what is already hurting in our city, which is trust. People don't trust our city. And I always say that the journey is just as important as the destination. How we invite community members to participate and build trust with them is critical in the success of the outcome. And rushing the zoning without a more detailed design is not something we would do in any other development application. We're circumventing a process that actually breaks down trust. So while I will be supporting the zoning in my ward because I want to support this shelter, I think we have to continue to focus on building trust. That is the only way to the best outcome for everyone. I do want to share with you the most recent consultation we had with our community. We had a drumming circle come, a young woman who did a jingle dance that is supposed to bring healing to the community. And what I really saw was the Indigenous community coming into my neighborhood as a family and saying, we're here as a family and we want to build family with you. And I heard many positive comments from my local community members who their only comment was, how can we help? And that is really encouraging to see that commitment from the ground level that people want to welcome this new shelter that is coming to Willowdale. Will it be a learning curve? 100%. We have 80% of our local community in the Northrick at the center area are immigrants. 76% are racialized, and many come from countries more recently to Toronto and don't necessarily understand reconciliation. So we have a lot of work to do to fertilize the ground, if you will, to prepare the community to participate in reconciliation and to understand the meaningful role that we've been invited to play by hosting our new community members in the implementation of this shelter. I am committed to my community, to those who are for the shelter and against the shelter, that the conversation does not stop here. We will continue to have meetings. I will continue to make sure that all the concerns that the community has will be addressed. I will not be calling anyone a NIMBY. If they are afraid and concerned, I will meet with you. And we have had strong commitment from the operator. The executive director of the Native Women's Resource Centre of Toronto, Pamela Hart, has said, I will meet with you. If you have a concern, I will meet with you. And I think that's just such a generous offer to our neighborhood to know that our operator genuinely cares about how this will be welcomed in our community. And just lastly, I did attend the 40th anniversary of the Native Women's Resource Centre, and a woman shared how she came to the center, sought healing, started to volunteer, and now she's an entrepreneur with a catering business. They have a proven track record of transforming the lives of Indigenous women because they help them connect to their Indigenous roots, as well as they serve them with love. So we look forward to welcoming this shelter, and we know it will be a historic moment when we break ground and welcome our new neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you have an introduction at this time?
I do. Thank you, Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce a very special group of young people that are here today from the Hollycrest Parks and Recreation Summer Camp. And that is a great camp right on the edge of Centennial Park, and they've made their way downtown to City Hall to see City Council in action. And I see the group over there with 16 people, including 2 councillors. Those are councillors with 1 L. And Isabel DeVries, which is their coordinator. So a warm welcome to City Hall for a group of campers from Etobicoke.
Councillor Fletcher. Welcome to City Hall. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Oh, Lord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really dislike having to talk about this issue time and time again, because I feel that we always demonize people that are underhoused, that are different from us. You know, prior to being an elected official, my responsibility was actually working with those who are underhoused in my local hospital, and sitting and listening to their stories about, their history, where they came from, their families, the jobs they've had, and how they've fallen in hard times. And a lot of the people that I worked with at the hospital, they were actually born in the hospital. It's their community. And I'm really happy that this has been delegated to staff, the experts that know how to address some of the most difficult challenges in our city. And I just want to thank Gord Tanner and his team. For the first time in 5 years in Toronto Centre, where we've had the most and the largest encampments in the city, 2 weeks ago, we've had 0 encampments in any of our parks. And that's a result of the hard work of the encampment team, our Streets to Home team, the core team, and others who actually have found housing for people, some of whom have had permanent housing. Even where I live in Cabbagetown, just a block from where I live, there are 2 women housing / shelters. And I walk by there every day, never have an issue. They're kind, they contribute to their communities, they're in transition homes, and they move on to permanent homes and take care, in some cases, of their young children when they are stable on their feet. Those are all success stories I'd like to share here today. So I really hope that we start talking about this in a different way as to welcoming people into these spaces. Because we know that, and just by my interaction with people that are underhoused and looking for somewhere to live, they come from all parts of the city, in some instances beyond our borders. But they come from Etobicoke, Scarborough, North York, and elsewhere. And the reason they've come into Toronto Centre is because they haven't had the resources where they grew up and where they've worked and where they've had their families and so forth. And they've had to actually pack up and come down to the core. So I'm really happy that staff's able to actually find locations across the city to house our residents because they deserve to be housed. They deserve to be housed. We are welcoming not only country, but city. We often say that diversity is our strength. We welcome people here, not just those who have influence and money and expensive cars, but those who actually need our support as well. So I really do hope that Councillor Pasternak and others, humanize this process and vote in favor of the experts in the room that know better and allow these things to take place. So thank you.
Point of order, point of personal privilege, Madam Speaker. While I have high regard for my colleague, I think it's totally inappropriate to demonize those people who feel that the site selection process was flawed. This is a zoning issue. This isn't, you don't paint the suburban councillors as heartless. We're doing a lot in our ward to help those who are disenfranchised and homeless. And I went through the whole list on the public record to go through all the things we're doing and building. And just because we say the site's not right doesn't mean we don't want to support the homeless. So I would ask him to retract those comments.
Councillor Pasternak, you are
Madam
correct.
Speaker,
we are talking about
Madam
zoning.
Speaker, I am happy to retract my comments.
Please.
I have the utmost respect for
Please.
Councillor Pasternak and every councillor
Because
here.
what we're discussing today is zoning.
Yes, but Madam Speaker, again, I no disrespect to Councillor Pasternak or anyone here.
Okay, you apologize?
I absolutely apologize.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, I have a motion.
It's not ready.
Okay.
It's not ready. Fletcher.
Yes, no, I'm afraid to say anything, but I'll apologize at the end if I need to. When Councillor Pasternak said, the successful model was everybody knew something at the beginning, I'm sorry, that wasn't the case. They didn't know about the Leslie shelter. They didn't know about the whatever street that's on for you, and it was former Councillor Doucette. There was at a Goodwill. And there was a lot of carry-on about that. But out of those difficult times, good things were built. And part of those discussions led to talking ahead of time to find people that would welcome these people that have really hit hard times and have nowhere else to go and want to turn their lives around into the neighborhoods and have a successful experience in a shelter that would move them out. As a matter of fact, the name of the siting plan, I think, was First Steps to Home. The shelter isn't just a warehouse. It is your first step to get back on your feet, to get out, to get a job, to get into a home. And I think that staff are very careful on how they're approaching these things. So I just want to say it wasn't that there was a great model and now we don't have one. It's really got to do with how everybody comes together to work around this. And I guess that I'm a little sad when Councillor Pasternak read out the MPs against it, the MPPs against it, the local councillors against it. I think he could have added the BIAs against it. So finding shelters, and I'm familiar with one, actually it's in your ward, Councillor Morley, where the MP's out, basically. The former councillor's out saying it's wrong. The BIA's weighing in. A city agency weighing in. How are we giving money to a BIA and then they're coming around and saying, city, stop doing what you're doing? I think we need to look at that. There should be some ground rules here. So that really bothers me, and creating people into boogeymen that are going into shelters. That's what happens. These are difficult people. I understand the shelter hotels, there were problems there. We can't equate the shelter hotel emergency with a well-run shelter by Native Women's Resource Center, by Covenant House, by Wood Green, by Salvation Army, by Fred Victor, by all of those who know and have a good track record in working with people who found themselves in this situation. Nobody wants to be there, but once you get there, it's hard to get out. And this is how we help people get out, because we've determined that that's how we're going to work in our city. So we have to have, politicizing the poor is not something that I like. And politicizing the poor and thinking, well, we're going to get people against this because we don't like that councillor and we don't like this and we don't like that and we're going to have a big election issue about that. That's politicizing the poor. It's actually disgusting when I think about it in that way. Everybody has a responsibility to help everybody else here. Everybody has a responsibility to lift everyone up, because if we don't, that's bad for our city. So finding a process, and that's what we tried to do back in 2017, then Deputy Mayor Bailau and myself and Public Progress, to bring out the best in people, whether it's at the beginning of the process, the middle of the process, or the end of the process. Bring out the best, because people actually have good hearts. They do. They want to help their neighbors. They just need to be shown and able to understand this is going to be okay, this is going to go well, and having a process that doesn't bring out the worst in people. And I just think that we don't have a high enough level message about this issue in the city. Wood Green does. We don't. We go site by site and duke it out. Everybody's there. Your councillors taking hits. Everybody's taking hits. The MPs are piling on. Meanwhile, we're told to pass sixplexes and they won't even allow a shelter in their own neighborhood. Like, let's just get it together and have messaging, have a story that everybody can get behind. A Toronto story about success for people that have found themselves in this situation.
Thank you.
You hold the vote.
Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Could I have the clerk put my motion up, please? My motion is asking for a report back on a revised process regarding these regulatory changes that we have before us, which ensures the council's decisions are unfettered and not prejudiced, and at least perceived as such, regarding any financial, real estate, or operating interest of the city. Members, there is a grievous issue in front of us right now. And it comes out in the report. This is a planning report. And one of the things I like to do in planning reports is go to the section that talks about what the community feedback is. And there's a quote. I'm going to read it. It says, "Lack of trust in the process, including skepticism about what decisions were made prior to consultation." If that came up in any private development report, would that not be a serious red flag? And the word trust has come up. Councillor Cheng mentioned it. Trust in the process. And I think we need to really ensure that we're paying attention to whether or not people trust what's going on here. I heard it today in the questions at council. There is millions of dollars at stake. This is what staff told us right now. Council has on one shoulder millions of dollars of consideration and a strategic plan to open shelters, things that we may not even have all the details on. And here we are trying to make an objective planning decision. It's about built form. The number of stories, the height of buildings, setbacks, balconies, parking, all those kinds of things that go together with planning decisions. Why would any member of the public trust this body knowing that we have millions of dollars of interest on one side and then having to make an objective decision on the other side all at once? We separate developers from making decisions on their own planning requests. We do it independently as a council. And sometimes there's some appeal rights. In this case, being the applicant and the decision maker puts us into a situation of conflict. So how are we going to fix that? I don't know what the answer is. But there is definitely a perceived issue, at least a perceived issue by the public. We have to fix that. Why would anyone trust what we're doing if we don't address that particular issue? People go into development meetings often enough and say, hey, this decision has already been made, why are we here? It ultimately appears that the public consultation process regarding the rezoning and the changes is a sham. How are we going to fix people that think the process is a sham? Does it even make it a reasonable decision? Is it legal? Those are great questions for lawyers. But if we have one or two hands tied behind our back regarding money, how is it that anyone expects us to be objective in these particular decisions? You know, this is part of a larger issue. We're talking about shelters right now. There are other planning decisions that cross this council floor where things like money, millions of dollars, have been mixed up into the decision. The threat of getting millions of dollars or not getting millions of dollars are mixed up into the planning decision. It is no wonder there is a trust issue with respect to council decisions. I hope members are paying attention to that because that is central and that transcends so much of what we do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Perks, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I want to understand when you say that there's some risk where the city is the applicant and also considers a rezoning application. So, for example, there's a proposal to do some things to improve the Civic Centre in Etobicoke. And I'm wondering, does your motion apply to things like that, or is it just shelters?
We should always be thinking about that, but in this particular report, it is a hyper risk, and it's outlined in the public feedback section of it. And here we have millions of dollars at stake. That's what the staff told us.
Yeah.
And so why would people not be sensitive to that?
I understand all of that. I heard what you said in your speech. I'm trying to understand a specific thing about your motion. Does your motion apply to the city-led planning process at the Etobicoke Civic Centre, or is it just shelters?
Well, it's about the shelters that we have before us today, and this is where I'm seeing the feedback from the public. If there's issues regarding the Civic Centre, we can talk about a motion in and around that process, but I didn't hear about that. I heard about a lack of trust in the process right here in the report. It says
so
it right
I can
here.
make sure. I just want to make sure I heard you right. You just said, if I heard you correctly, this motion wouldn't be about something like the Etobicoke Civic Centre. It is only about shelters that your motion...
It says right here shelters because that's what we're talking about before us. And that's the problem.
Now I understand what your motion is attempting to do.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, clarification of the motion.
Through you, Speaker,
Are you asking for staff to report back
Yes.
on the process?
It says the executive director, city
Yeah,
planning,
thank
and
you. So you're
executive
asking
director
staff.
of development review.
I read it,
To
thanks.
report
So you're
back to city
asking staff
council.
to report back?
Correct.
Staff have told us they have delegated authority. That authority was provided by council. We've heard in answers that, you asking your question, is this even legal? But I think you've heard repeatedly from the city solicitor that there's no implication, there's no suggestion, there's no evidence that anything happening here is untoward, illegal, corrupt, or questionable. This is happening all above board and in public. Have you not seen that all of that happening since delegated authority was brought in
Well,
2017?
number one, delegated authority has not been delegated with respect to planning regulatory decisions. I checked with the solicitor on that.
Right.
And
So
second,
you're-
the quote is right here, lack of trust in the process. That's not from me, that's from a member of the
Okay.
public. It's right
So
here.
how do you define lack of trust in the process?
I don't know, ask the staff that wrote the report or ask the person that said it.
But
there's a problem because they made it to the report.
Yeah. So you would like to have a report on whether people trust this process when they're opposing it?
No, that's not what this says. This says
Only for
on a
shelters.
revised process to
Councillor
ensure
Bravo.
that we are not fettered and not prejudiced in
So
our
it's
decision making.
legal, it's all above board, thank you.
So the council responded, the legal staff, he has spoken to legal staff on it. That's it for clarification. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. While the councillor talked about the relationship between the city as applicant and the city as the body that reviews the application, in answers to my questions, he said no, he doesn't want to know that in every case. He only wants to know it in terms of shelters. And I would just remind you, Speaker, that at the beginning of this item, you said the shelter bylaw generally is not in front of us. His motion has the effect of reopening the shelter bylaw or getting so I would ask you to rule it out of order.
Well, I'll take that, I'll review the motion, okay, Councillor Perks?
Thank you so much.
Councillor Coe, I believe that your motion is ready. Okay, just one sec. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, there's two parts to this motion in regards to the location at Eglinton and Caledonia. First of all, that they consider to include on-site parking, loading, and soft landscaping buffers as part of the design of the shelter site. That's essential. Secondly, that this City Council Director, Executive Director of Corporate Real Estate Development, to ensure all applicable environmental requirements and due diligence processes are followed in the investigation, remediation, and abatement of the properties where this shelter would go. I just want to put something in perspective here. Some people are really in dreamland here. I don't know if you know, there was a member of this council that ended up homeless. And he was a Scarborough councillor. So any one of you could be homeless. God forbid. It could happen to any one of you, any one of your family, our families, as it happened to my family. So you could be homeless. I know some people, oh, it's never going to happen to me. I'm great. It could happen to you. I just also want to say that I find it really appalling that there's members of the federal government, the federal MPs, who are planning on running for mayor, whatever it is, and are using this issue as a way of gaining public support. That is disgusting. Especially when they should be spending their time maybe doing something about housing in the city and the lack of housing. Maybe they should be spending their time about the criminal justice system. Maybe they should be spending their time about improving the economy of this city and this country as it's under attack. No, they're spending their time demonizing people that are in need of shelters. They're taking advantage of people who live in neighborhoods who already feel this is maybe not the right thing for my neighborhood. They're exploiting that, and really adding nothing of value except for their own political aspirations of running for mayor of the city. Do your damn job and maybe stop the flood of unbridled immigration that all comes to Toronto. No, they've got to spend their time running for mayor of Toronto through the back door on the backs of people who are homeless. That's what they're doing. And then inciting local residents who have a legitimate concern. You know, whenever these shelters come up, people have legitimate concerns, and don't undervalue their concerns. And that's why it's our job to try and do the best we can to protect their concerns and listen to their admonitions and so forth. And because the process will never satisfy anybody. I mean, I've been through this, remember, with the group homes, the same thing. Well, we can't have a group home here, and this is no good. And but that's a natural human reaction when new things come into their neighborhood. So let us please respect the people who are apprehensive about shelters. There's real apprehension. It always has been, always will be. And we can tell people about all the feel-good stories about so-and-so lived in a shelter and started a business. That doesn't fly with most people because they're worried about their kids, they're worried about the seniors, they're worried about their neighborhood. So we've got to respect their concern about the shelter process. But it's never going to be one that people will find, yes, this is the perfect system. It's not imperfect, and then we don't have control over the system. Because we know about the admonition of the Toronto Ombudsman when we couldn't handle the homeless people coming from Pearson to Peter Street. We couldn't do anything when the Kitchener judge ruled that we can't get a person out of a tent unless we have a shelter space to offer them. You know, we can't change the Ontario Human Rights Commission and their orders. So we're trying to do the best we can in a lousy situation, basically perpetrated by a careless, very uncaring federal government, basically, and the provincial government who pawns this stuff off on us, and then we try to do something about it, and then we get hell, and that's what our job is, to take the hell and do the best we can with it.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support the staff recommendations. There is no uncontroversial process to create shelters. This council has to make decisions on things that involve our money all the time. We do it when we build housing, we do it when we make decisions about land, we do it when we make decisions about services. So obviously I am completely opposed to Councillor Holliday's motion, which is not unusual. But I do want to rise to say that well-run shelters are good neighbors. I said this last time as one of the councillors whose ward encompasses one of the largest numbers of shelters. They're well-run, they're good neighbors, they aren't a problem. And we need to provide those same kind of services to people in all the communities of the city. I thank the staff for what's been a very, very difficult job. I do also want to express my opposition to adding parking requirements to poison shelters. They're not appropriate. They're just to try to add the cost and make them harder to build. We just need to support the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I want to start by thanking thanking the mayor, staff, residents, community groups, activists for the conversation over 6+ months now. And it's one that we've heard many perspectives on a obviously sensitive and sometimes complex discussion. And I want to start by sharing our experience in Scarborough Southwest. I'll share a map of my ward that shows how well shelters have been working in our ward. When I was in my previous role as trustee, we had consultations on Ontario's first Indigenous Women's Healing Lodge for recently incarcerated Indigenous women, one that I supported, located right here, and we're almost nearing completion, Ontario's first. Over here, we've got an 80-bed men's shelter that early in my first term as trustee, myself and my predecessor had supported given the need, and works incredibly well, as to Councillor Sachs's points of having good neighbors, good relationships, and looking at the operation. Over here, we've got a youth shelter, a mixed gender shelter here, and another youth shelter over here. We've got 5 in total, and over here, I forgot to note, we've got 11 Macy, which is, though not a shelter in terms, is high, what's the word, I guess high support needs, transitional. So we've got a lot of experience, and I think we've got the most shelters in suburban wards. And it's from this experience that we're drawing upon some of the concerns my community has shared with me. And part of the instrumental intrinsic value and success criteria of all these sites, as you can see, all on abutting major arteries. The men's shelter on Kingston Road, St. Clair Avenue, Kennedy Road, Warden Avenue, Kingston Road, and Danforth Avenue. So it's in this context that some of the concerns my community has raised with me and council is to look at how we create success. Apart from abutting a major artery, they're close to high-order transit, healthcare amenities and services, commercial retail options, all critical aspects of making a shelter work, and why, in my year and a half as councillor and previously 8 years as trustee, really never had issues with any of them. Of course, there are some challenges with Levin Macy and settling them in, but we had great partnerships. So I share this because the context to the Gerrard is different, and why it's incumbent on me as the councillor to share the concerns of the community that though it's on Gerrard for the most part is a major street, this site is literally where Gerrard ends and becomes Clonmore, a very residential neighborhood that is predominantly a lot of young families and seniors. So the part of the concern about success and why I'll be bringing a member motion later to commit to finding a site within our ward that's on a major artery, that's similar to all the successful shelters in my ward, I think is critical as we build out this multi-year strategy to create shelters, some of which will be in the suburban wards, which I'll quickly add, there are many wards without any shelters. So this is imperative that we bring an approach where we have successful criteria in suburban locations that should be pursued, as I'll be bringing in a member motion to work with my office to look at appropriate sites. And that is at the heart of the concern with this particular location and why I won't be supporting this particular location, because of the success that we've seen in other shelters and the sensitivity around this site, which is lacking high-order transit, healthcare services, commercial retail opportunities. And I'll close with that this is not a binary debate. We all in this room care about the unhoused and folks needing help, that it's important that we recognize that this is a complex and sensitive issue, and we're looking to uplift necessary voices and unhoused people, but in a way that's sensitive and looks at the long term.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Mallet to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to also begin by thanking staff for their work on this item, staff from planning as well as Toronto Shelter and Support Services. And as we have reiterated in this chamber many times, housing is the answer to homelessness. And we know that building housing takes time, it takes intention, it takes action, and we have to support people in all points of their housing journey. And we know that shelters are that important step to permanent housing, safe indoor space over sleeping on our streets or in our parks. It is not just the social good that we talk about, but it's also about how we are accountable for every single dollar that we have jurisdiction over as members of council. As we heard from staff today, and as we saw in the street needs assessment released earlier this month, people are experiencing homelessness in every ward in our city. That means in every community, over 15,000 of our neighbors. Many choices made previously in this council chamber, at the provincial legislature, at federal parliament, as Deputy Mayor Cole stated so clearly, have brought us to this crisis point right now. And through the impacts of coming through a pandemic and so much more uncertainty globally, and locally, we are working with seriousness to get through and out of this crisis. And we can and must choose differently, where people can stay in their communities, close to family and friends and supports that set them up for success, a system of support in every part of this city. And right now, we actually don't have those supports in every part of that city, and that is not right, and that is not the city that we want to call home and that we want to be proud of. It's one where we can access the services we need wherever we are, not to have to leave our neighborhoods to get them. And as you heard today, staff's best recommendations are to approve these zoning amendments. They are typical amendments. We make these for condos, for new rental buildings, for affordable and supportive housing too. And I know that shelters opening in our communities is challenging, some of the toughest and most difficult work that we do, and some of the most important. And I say this firsthand. I relocated a shelter in my ward that opened just this week. The previous location actually opened its doors, Hope House, to 31 units of supportive housing for women and their kids finding safety from domestic violence. An incredible example of that continuum of housing options that we are working towards. And many people, many neighbors have reached out to committee, to council, to our offices and to my office with understandable concerns about this relocation. Understandable questions, and I have taken that seriously. A community liaison committee has been set up. We've been working to be responsive to concerns identified through a neighborhood safety walk, lighting, collection of sharps, maintenance, and that is all very real. And last week, the operator and city staff welcomed community members in to see the site before it opened, to ask questions, to have their concerns heard. And so many came through more confident about this service, about our work to manage it well, and to distinguish what is actually real about the site from some very concerning speculation. A neighbor who came in skeptical, even a bit scared from what they'd heard, and with many pointed questions after seeing this space and engaging with the team at St. Felix. They took the time to answer their questions. They actually made a donation to their work just a few days later. That neighbor learned that people would get the support they need on their way to permanent housing. That means support to get IDs, filing taxes, access to primary health care, help applying for affordable and supportive housing, learning about employment opportunities, including through the Food Partnership Program from an organization called Working for Change, a program that enables shelter residents to gain the stability and employment, to sign their own leases and access their own space, which is one of the stories that was shared with us at that opportunity last week. These are the services and approaches that our shelters can provide, and they should be accessible to everybody in every neighborhood in our city. And shelters are, of course, not our end goal. That is clear to us. But they are a critical, crucial, and important step for many people on their journey to permanent housing. Let's be a part of helping them take that step.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you. I have a motion here to delete recommendation 6, which relates to 66 3rd Street in South Etobicoke, and instead ask for a report back in Q1 of next year. We talked a lot about this at committee, so I'm not going to spend my time here relitigating that, but there's more work to be done on that site. There's probably more work to be done on all of these sites. I'd also like to speak plainly about what happened at the Planning and Housing Committee, because that conversation, I think, was very illuminating about where we are as a city, how we choose to engage or not engage with everyday Torontonians. I'm referring to the fact that at the committee last week, we had over 5 hours of deputations on this item. And that was actually with speaking time that was shortened from the typical 5 minutes to 3 minutes. But over 80 deputants come out, some in support, some with concerns, some clearly opposed. But to me, as a city councillor, when I see 5 hours of deputations on any particular item, I would say that the public still has more to say and that they deserve to be heard. Now, they deserve to be heard. And I think that is something that this item in this package has gotten dangerously, dangerously wrong. And it sets an unfortunate precedent. The committee chair tried to manage that conversation. They tried to silence dissent. And they did that because they tried to put that conversation in a very tight box about zoning. You can't talk about the use. You can't talk about who might be living there. You can't talk about the operations, the supports, what's going to take place on the site. That is not allowed to be discussed. And yet, if you go into that staff report and you hit Control F, you do a find, you do a search, you will find that the term shelter comes up no less than 149 times in that document. The entire preamble, the context, the section called context, is all about the city's shelter plan and how we are trying to respond to the homelessness crisis. But when it comes to how we engage with the public, this council, this mayor, this administration is saying, we don't want to hear it. You can't talk about that. And our speaker today actually teed up the conversation in the same way. She said, remember, this is just about the zoning. We have the committee chair, Councillor Perks, who is trying to rule out of order Councillor Holliday's motion, because he said in his answers to questions that, yes, I want to rethink the shelter process. Well, this is part of the shelter process. The zoning for the sites is part of the shelter process and our response. And so they're going to try and rule that out of order. And then how do you square that with the mayor who makes this her key item and calls it the shelters plan and stands up and gives a speech about shelters? And I think this is why people are honestly very frustrated, because everyone recognizes that we have a homelessness crisis. Everybody recognizes that we have to do something about that. People can't live in parks. They need a pathway towards stability, and the shelter is the first rung on the ladder to be able to do that. And once they're out of a shelter, they need to go into supportive housing. They need to have the supports in place so that they can be successful, whether that is mental health supports or addiction supports, job training, all of that stuff is needed. But we bring communities on board when we listen to them, not by silencing dissent, not by shouting people down, not by telling them that they're terrible people for asking very reasonable questions about who's coming into the neighborhood, what supports are going to be in place, how are we going to manage some of the challenges that do come with these sites. And we just have to be honest with the public that these are challenging sites, they're difficult conversations. And for a long time, of course, council has hid behind the fact that this was delegated to staff. And we've all had a role to play in that over the years. But I think what this process has illustrated to me is that communities are being torn apart right now, and it is not helpful for councillors or the mayor to go out and say, hey, I'm hands off. It's delegated to staff. I have nothing to do with this. It seems to me like that is in fact a dereliction of our duty. We still have to have these difficult conversations, and I know local councillors have been involved and they've been having those meetings. I wish that all those meetings that have taken place with the local councillor in Etobicoke, I wish the mayor had showed up to some of those meetings and offered her some support, but that never happened. And so let's do what we are elected to do.
5 seconds.
We have to have these conversations, and if we want to build support to land these things successfully, we have to do it by bringing the community on board.
Thank you. Please, no applause. Councillor Morley, questions, clarification of the motion.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Councillor Bradford, just wanted to illuminate what your interest is in this particular address within my ward.
Yeah, and credit to you. I know you've done a lot of hard work and had a lot of important meetings, and I know that that work, regardless of what happens today, is going to continue with you as a local councillor. I've heard from a lot of people on this particular site and other sites that they're just concerned about the direction that this has been going. They would like to have some of the questions that may remain answered and dealt with, and they would just like a little bit more time. To be honest, I actually wanted to move this in a way that would not delete the recommendation, but in fact provide more time for consultation, which is why this sort of came out in a bit of a strange way here, deleting it and then reporting back on it. That was the intention. And I know you're going to keep doing that work, because you have been. I hope the mayor supports you in that, because she hasn't been there.
Thank you.
That's where the interest is.
Would you not agree that this undermines the work that I have in fact been doing in my ward?
You know what? That's not my intention. My intention is to provide more time for that work to take place.
Do you think that a deferral of this item at this time is going to result in a different site location or a different process?
I think what's actually important about all of this is that we don't presuppose the outcomes. And I think that's where we've gone wrong with this consultation. If you're consulting with people about decisions that have already been made, it's actually information sharing. It's not consultation. And I think I agree with Councillor Holyday. We need to revisit the process. We had this process for a while. It's not working anymore. We have the ability as this body to go back and fix that and look at it differently. And I think that's what, frankly, we need to do now.
Do you not appreciate the urgency with which this council is looking to move to address the homelessness crisis that we have identified, provided policies, included delegated authority, to actually get moving on rather than defer, delay, dither, and detract from the solutions that are desperately needed for our communities?
Look, I agree there's a huge sense of urgency. We need to be doing more to help folks across the entire housing continuum. I would say that there's a lot more that the city could be doing. I think, frankly, the idea that we spent the past 2 years trying to build a new bureaucratic institution as Toronto builds, as the builder, we're going to put on some green patch boots and a hard hat and go swing hammers and build housing. I think that has been a waste of millions of dollars in 24 months that has not yielded a single unit of housing. And so there's a lot of things that we need to do. I think the direction of the administration has been very misguided on the housing file.
So we should further defer, further delay, and keep shovels out of the ground, is what you're suggesting with this motion.
I think with these things, everybody appreciates that housing is a crisis, homelessness is a crisis. We can't have people living in parks. But I think in order to bring the community along, you have to do what I did in my ward, which is, going out and having those conversations, addressing the concerns that people have, not admonishing them for having concerns, but saying, how do we work through this? How do we manage this? What is this going to look like? And I know you've done that work.
No,
and
thank
Councillor
you.
Morley's done that, but there's more work to do.
Thank you. Time is up. Councillor Bravo, clarification of the motion, please.
Do you want to go first with your point of order?
I have a point of
Yeah,
order.
go ahead.
Thank you. I've reviewed Councillor Bradford's motion carefully, and I'd like to ask you to make a ruling on it. As you know, City Council does not allow, or our procedure bylaw does not allow us to defer a portion of an item. You either deal with the item or you don't.
Okay, Councillor
Just if I could, I'd like to finish making my point.
Okay.
The effect of Councillor Bradford's motion is to say, let's not decide now, but ask the staff to come back with a further report on it. There are no additional instructions in the report. It asks for no new information. It doesn't ask for any different kind of study to be done or recommendation. It is effectively, therefore, deferring this part of the item to a future meeting. And as I said before, our procedure bylaws do not allow for deferring a portion of an item. So I'd like you to rule it out of order or at least consider.
Okay, I'll review it, Councillor
Thank
Perks,
you.
like I will the other.
And if I may just
No,
respond.
hold on. You have a question by Councillor Bravo, and then we don't have time, we're gonna have to break. So, Councillor Bravo? Clarification of the motion, please.
Further to Deputy Mayor Morley's question about why this site in Etobicoke, why did you not move the removal of 1615 Dufferin in my site? If there are you aware that there are some people that are raising concerns in that community as well?
Broadly speaking, I'm aware that there's a lot of concerns on all these sites. I mean, it's literally
Why
in the
did you
staff.
not add mine?
So
That's the question.
It's literally in the staff report that says there's a big problem with public trust on all of these sites.
Why did you not move to defer, delete, or
Councillor Bravo,
delay
that's
mine?
not clarification of his motion. Come on.
I mean, why this site? I think sorry, Speaker, I think that is, I respectfully disagree. This package came to us because it's part of a big plan to get to 20 shelters with 6 before us today. Why did you selectively choose the Etobicoke site? Why did you not go for, say, the Councillor Chang site or mine? Why did you not go for 1615 Dufferin? What's going on here?
I think your question there is also quite illuminating. This is part of a big package about implementing shelters, and yet we're not allowed to talk about shelters on the shelter item. On the mayor's key item about shelters,
we've been talking about
we can't
shelters
talk
all the
about
time.
shelters. So it's a zoning issue.
Wouldn't
That
you
site
agree
in
that when
particular.
Councillor Bravo, please allow him to answer.
Well, he's not answering the question, Speaker. You're allowing
We
him
could
to
do
make
this every day,
speeches.
Councillor Bravo,
Well, you're
but
not
if you don't want an answer.
you're not clarifying the motion.
Yeah, I mean, so this site in particular has some specific considerations with land title, with some existing conditions, with the zoning, which is commercial. The zoning is commercial, Councillor Perks. If he's just going to shout out things,
You're
that's fine.
actually debating Councillor Perks, and I
So-
thought
so I'm
you're
asking-
using up my time.
Okay. So
He doesn't need to answer
this site
him.
is zoned
He doesn't need
commercial.
to
It's
answer
not
him.
zoned residential. There are existing agreements that may be applicable to this site. Given that they are legal in nature, it's not something that I am going to discuss here. But this site in particular has some context that I think warrants further review. It's not a reflection of the local councillor's work. It is a reflection of the context, the fact that every other site is zoned residential. This site is zoned commercial. Are you aware of that? So this is different. So that's in part one of the reasons why this is in front of us.
There's nothing that is
To 2 o'clock lunch. Thank you. because we just have quorum. Councillor Sachs, please, and Councillor Matlow, please take your seat. Thank you. This meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Masari Takano. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this afternoon to recognize our City Clerk, John Alvidge, on receiving the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers in Ontario, AMCTO Prestige Award. Mayor Chow.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a true honor to stand before you today to recognize an extraordinary public servant and a pillar of our municipal government, our very own City Clerk, John Alvidge. John was awarded the 2025 AMCTO Prestige Award at the recent annual conference of the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario. The Prestige Award is the highest honor presented by the association, awarded to a member who exemplifies the ideals of the association and whose contribution has made a lasting positive impact on the municipal profession, the community, and their peers. Recipients are nominated by fellow professionals and must demonstrate a deep commitment to mentorship, ethical leadership, and the advancement of municipal excellence. That is exactly who John Alvidge is. John's career has been defined by a deep commitment to public service, integrity, and innovation. From his early days in the city manager's office and the cultural affairs office, that's where I got to know him, actually, of the former Metro Toronto government, to his leadership today as city clerk. John has helped shape the very foundation of how our city governs, with transparency, efficiency, and a forward-thinking spirit. Under his guidance, Toronto's governance structure was modernized. The city clerk's office became a model of digital transformation. His leadership has earned the city 2 EA Danby Awards, one for revolutionized meeting management, as we see all the time, and another for the seamless execution of the 2023 mayoral by-election. Thank you. But John's impact goes far beyond process and policy. He's a mentor, a coach, and a trusted advisor, known for his encyclopedic knowledge. I don't know how he remembers everything, of procedure, and his unwavering support for colleagues across the province, whether guiding new executives, mentoring municipal staff, or helping peers navigate complex challenges. John leads with wisdom and generosity, especially to councillors and mayors too. His dedication extends well beyond City Hall. He volunteers as a swimming official with the Special Olympic Ontario, served as a strategic advisory council for Ontario's Information and Privacy Commissioner, and chairs the National Selection Committee for the Governor General's Canadian Leadership Conference. helping to shape the next generation of Canadian leaders. John, your passion for public service, your love for the city, and your tireless effort to elevate the municipal profession has left an incredible mark on Toronto and beyond. So on behalf of City Council, all the councillors here, and all the staff here, the people of Toronto, congratulations on this well-deserved honor. Thank you for everything you do. Congratulations, John. Thank you.
I think we need a speech, don't we? No speeches? Come on, come on, come up and at least say thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone knows as clerks, we don't have opinions in this chamber. So, but Mayor, thank you very much for those remarks. Thank you very much for your participation in the nomination process as well. And, you know, it's a pleasure to serve in this chamber. What happens in this chamber matters. And I had the good fortune to be here for 35 years observing the proceedings in this chamber. So thanks very much. I don't want this to sound like a going away speech, so let me just also acknowledge clerk staff who are here today, including my management team that was involved in the nomination, and my wife is here today. I saw her come in. I'm not sure where she is, but anyway, yeah. So anyway, thank you very much, colleagues and to members of council. And now let's get on with the meeting.
Thank you. Now, Mayor Chow. Mayor Chow, I understand that you wish to make an introduction on the Environment, Climate, and Forestry Youth Group.
People, hang on a second. We have, where are they? Yes. May I? I would like to take a moment to welcome the first cohort of our new Youth Climate Ambassadors program, and the ambassadors are here. Yes, how are you? Yes. Starting this week, we have these youth ambassadors, 20 of them, that will begin training at City Hall to support some of our key climate and energy initiatives. This is a transformative 6 weeks program designed to equip this team with the knowledge and confidence needed to be proactive leaders in the environmental action and to engage local communities in promoting sustainable practices. Over the rest of the summer, they will be engaging with Torontonians in community spaces and events, and you probably will run across them in different malls and place of public events. This spring, Councillor Sachs and I were proud to work alongside city staff to bring this program to life. And I'm excited to welcome its very first participants today. Our Youth Climate Ambassadors will have the opportunity to contribute to meaningful projects, support residents in making the switch to cleaner, greener technologies. This includes an item that is coming up in our council agenda, which is the new furnace upgrade program. We'll be rolling them out in the fall. It would make it easier for people to switch to heat pumps to provide heating and cooling. And these ambassadors will work with homeowners to make sure they have simple, trusted, affordable options when they need to replace their furnace and want to adopt other clean technologies like heat pumps. Youth leadership is important to climate action. Their ideas, energy, and commitment and passion will help shape a more sustainable Toronto. So please join me in welcoming this inspiring new team as they begin their journey this week. I can't wait to see what they can accomplish together. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Councillor Cheng.
This is regarding my shelter. There were a couple of items that were going to be moved with the motion that we're discussing, but clerks alerted me that it better come through another channel, and this is just to acknowledge some of the work we're doing with the operator and trying to get a better outcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Malik, you're next.
Motion up on the screen.
There it is. It's on the screen.
Okay, I can't see it. It's a motion about what used to be the replacement for the North Market on the Esplanade. It's imminently going to be transformed, and this is to make sure that we're aligning interim uses.
On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Wait till it comes up on the screen. This is a motion around authorizing the release of Section 37 funds to support some improvement to the Humber Bay Park East shoreline design improvements. The work is active and underway, and so it's urgent to move that money to support additional work.
On favor? Carried. Okay, I will now take the release of polls. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Okay, I don't see any. Members, our custom is to consider member motions at 2:00 p.m. on the second day of council if the mayor's key matters are completed. As council has not completed consideration of the mayor's second key matter, I propose we return to that item now and conduct a member motion run through once consideration of item PH 23.3 has been completed. All right. Okay, so where are we at? I believe Councillor Carroll, you're on the list to speak. Oh, hold on. Councillor Bradford. Yeah, sorry. Councillor Bradford, if you can get up. I know that you made an amendment on your motion, so we'll put it up on the screen. Okay.
Yep, thanks, Madam Speaker. This is a revision with clerks here just to provide more specificity to hold additional public consultation.
Thank you. All right. So we'll now go to Councillor Carroll to speak. To hold additional public consultations. He's added that in a second part of his motion. Yeah, to address the point of order by Councillor Perks. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. You know, from time to time, you feel like if you've been here a long time, you should help people understand a little bit of context for some of the things we've heard today. Take, for instance, slideshows and memories of residences, transitional housing, shelter projects past that have gone through, and there's a feeling that there was some sort of consultation going on then that is no longer going on. And while it's true we have a formalized process called delegated authority. But interestingly, a lot of the examples cited in this morning's debate went through with ministerial zoning orders. Doesn't get a lot less consultative than that. Ministerial zoning orders. And so if ever a consultation was just a feel-good moment with no impact whatsoever, it would be that moment when our planning process is entirely overridden. And some of the examples you heard today are exactly that. They weren't special. They didn't have brilliant community processes. They had some community processes, but not dissimilar to the ones we've been talking about today and moving motions about. Which brings us to motions. I'm going to be really careful, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be kind of like Councillor Cole. I'll be direct/indirect, so I don't want to have to apologize. But if you ask me to apologize, I will. So, what's our experience? What are we talking about in here today, and how are we talking about it? Well, to be indirect, let's talk about dog whistle. What's the definition of dog whistle? It's a high-pitched, shrill noise meant only to be heard by certain mammals and not others. In the context of politics, what does dog whistling mean? It means high-pitched noise sent out to attract a particular group. Just going to leave that there. That's what that is, dog whistling. What are poison pills? Well, it's actually a financial term. It actually comes out of the trend in the 80s and 90s, mergers and acquisitions. A poison pill is what shareholders would use to manipulate incomes. In politics, it's only slightly different. In politics, it's where you move a motion with brilliant wording, but you have to look real closely to see how it might frustrate, in finances, it's shareholders. In this context, it's outcomes. Are you trying to radically change an outcome through very clever means and motives and language? That's a poison pill in this context. I'm just going to remind us of those definitions, and I'm going to say that when I go to vote on this item, there's a couple of motions I'm not going to be supporting, and those are the motions of Councillor Holladay and the motion of Councillor Bradford. I'm not drawing any connection to the definitions I just spelled out for you. You could do that yourselves. But, Madam Speaker, we have to wake up to the fact that the 3 wards downtown don't have enough zoning tricks left in the bag to continue to absorb all of the vulnerability and all of the challenges that are happening in this city. I've been there. I've got in police cars and driven around with the police trying to make those neighborhoods work, and they do a darn good job. They go in and they connect and they engage, and I've gone with them. But you cannot help, as a representative north of 401, or if you were west of the Humber or east of the Don Valley, you cannot keep going into those neighborhoods and seeing that, and then go back to your own neighborhood and pretend that they can be expected to continue to do it all in just 3 of our 25 wards. Because the vulnerability keeps coming. It is a function of our times. We cannot turn a blind eye to it. We have to help our residents understand that they can't turn a blind eye to it either. Because there, but for the grace of God, go any one of us, any one of these wonderful young people could slip and end up there. Is it your child? Is it your sibling? Is it your spouse? You may have split up and there he ends up. Those things happen, and we can't keep ignoring them in 22 of 25 wards and expecting 3 wards to do it all. Hats off to wards like Councillor Candeval's that are doing their part. We're all going to have to do our part. There's no way around it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been a challenging conversation, I know, for all of us, and a very polarizing one in our communities. I'm very disappointed by the motion from my colleague, Councillor Bradford, here today that calls on a deferral for the shelter that's been proposed and that is moving forward in my ward with my support as the local ward councillor. I have engaged in umpteen conversations, hundreds of phone calls to my office, in-person town hall meetings of which Councillor Bradford was in attendance, where we had over 300 members of the community come out initially at the very first opportunity with deep frustration, deep anxiety, deep concern, people in tears with their children in front of me saying, what are you going to do to keep my child safe? I take my responsibility as their representative incredibly seriously, and my commitment is to do everything in my power to keep our wider community safe, including the children that are growing up in Etobicoke Lakeshore and specifically in New Toronto, where I live, where I'm raising nieces and nephews, where I am working to be a city builder that sees and includes everybody in our community to ensure we all have a place that's safe. So for the issues that we're having that are spilling out in front of us, all of us to see, homelessness is at a crisis level. Driving in today, I saw 2 seniors going up and down to their tent along the QEW. I don't know about you, but that is unacceptable to me in the city of Toronto that we have these conditions. The majority of people in my ward in Etobicoke who I speak with on a regular basis that are navigating unhoused, precarious housing and homelessness, many of them are seniors. That is heartbreaking, devastating, and unacceptable. My care and concern for them is as deep and consistent as it is for the children of the families who are concerned about the potential implications of a shelter coming to our ward. And it is my job to make sure that we are not working in silos, that we are not hiving ourselves off into different groups, but that we are leaning in as a community, identifying our appropriate stakeholders and our partners, having the real conversations about the potential harms and what we've done wrong, where we've gone wrong in our shelter system in the past. But to work against, from the comfort of your home, the opportunity for us to say yes to people in need that are vulnerable at their worst times, for us not to show up and provide a glimmer of hope with the resources and responsibilities that we have, that is negligence. And it perpetuates cycles of harm that we pay for one way or the other. So please, council colleagues, let's move forward. We've heard about dither, delay, and a lack of ability to get shovels into ground. We are moving at lightning pace as a council under this mayor's leadership on shelter, on affordable housing, and on wraparound supports to get ourselves out of this terrible hole that we're in related to mental health crisis, homelessness, people not being in community. Let's focus our attention on doing that work and cut out the rest of it. Thanks. Those are my comments.
Please, I just want to remind the audience there's no applauding in the council chambers. If you want, you can wave, but please don't applaud. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Speaker, the moral clarity of my colleague, Deputy Mayor Morley, the leadership, the fortitude, the commitment, that's leadership. That's what we need. And this is what this is about today, what we're considering. We're talking about meeting a fundamental need. We're talking about good value for money. We're talking about urgency because of the scale of the problem. And yes, we're talking about leadership. And what is leadership in the City of Toronto today in this council? It's meeting the greatest challenge that I think that we face as a city is 80,000 people in Ontario are homeless, according to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, growing to 300,000 in 10 years if we don't do anything. What's the proportion in Toronto of that growth? What will it look like in 10 years if we don't act today? This is a generational change. Yeah, it's a big thing. We're building 6 new shelters and then we're going to get to 20. But we need that. We need that because we know in the street needs assessment we learned how many people are homeless today in this city. We have the largest shelter system in the country, but it's still not enough. And guess what? The street needs assessment tells us that every day people become homeless in this city. Why? Because the incomes are too low, whether you're on an Ontario Disability Support payment or you're working at minimum wage. The rent's too high. And guess what else? There's unscrupulous landlords, and they are manufacturing homelessness by illegally evicting tenants. Tenants don't have the information that they need. We're talking about a collapse. for a group of people that are not someone else. They're not foreign, they're not strange, they're not different, they're our constituents. These are our people, and we have equal obligation to everybody, despite their situation and their income. We also learned from the street needs assessment that people become very ill on the street. Most people, when they become homeless, don't name illness or mental illness or even drug addiction. It was actually economic causes. Here's what we need to do. The best prescription for any ill is a roof. And that's why there are doctors today that are prescribing shelter and housing to people. A shelter is a first step into a home, a way to rebuild a life, and that can happen to anybody. And when people say, when my colleague, Councillor Pasternak says, oh, you know, a councillor should be involved all the way through. Well, I'll give you an example of who was involved all the way through. Former councillor who sat here from Scarborough, Lorenzo Berardinetti. He fought against a shelter in Scarborough. And do you know what he does today? He was speaking at the poverty reduction leadership table here with residents that join us and advise us. And he was saying how much he regrets that decision. Because when he became homeless, a shelter helped him to rebuild his life. A former councillor, a former member of provincial parliament, why can't we offer the same opportunity to everyone else? We must. Secondly, $3.3 million is what deferring or delaying a year is the cost of delaying this. That's throwing money down the toilet that we urgently need to solve this problem. And it's terrifying to me that people are building political careers, political positioning, whether it's a member of provincial parliament or an MPP or any other elected official, by promising to do nothing about something that everybody wants something done about. Because we hear all the time here, we don't want encampments in our parks. We don't want these giant shelter hotels that have bad outcomes and that are very expensive. We don't want this, we don't want that. You know what we need to pivot to now is, what do we want? What are we willing to do for each other and with each other? Have each other's backs. Have Deputy Mayor Morley's back when she stands up and she does the right thing with courage. Councillor Cole has a motion that's to make that his particular shelter better. Councillor Cheng has a motion to make her shelter better. Deputy Mayor Morley's been working tirelessly with her community. I have stood with my community. I've spoken to the people that were upset. And you know what? Now people are showing up. 100 people came out to our Welcome to the Operator Covenant House for a youth shelter. And people came to say, how can I help? How can I support? Yes, there will be questions and opposition. Every time we put in a new building or a new transit line, anything, there are people that are going to show up to say, no, I don't want this. I don't feel consulted. The consultation wasn't enough. Don't make any change. But that cannot be an excuse to not act on something that is so clearly a drain on our resources as a society. You can't go to the library and say, oh, people shouldn't be sheltering here, or take transit, people shouldn't be sheltering here, and then say, we're not going to do anything to provide shelter. But above all, I am saddened that there are people that style themselves fiscal conservatives but aren't seeing that this is the best value for money that we can provide immediately. These can be converted into housing, and this is a long-term solution for the City of Toronto. Please, please support this plan as it was presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Everyone has spoken. Yeah, I know. Before I get back to the last one, I just want to make sure nobody else and says, I wanted to say something. No? Okay. Councillor Perks is the last speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just want to say, a privilege to follow the last two speakers who have articulated so well what's in front of us and what we need to do. I want to take note of a few motions that are in front of us. The ones from Councillor Chang and Councillor Cole are quite helpful, and I encourage you to all to support them. The other two motions, however, are, well, I'll be plain, they're mischief. And I'll get into why they're mischief in a moment. First of all, as Councillor Bradford said, we listened very carefully to a lot of deputants at Planning and Housing Committee, and I listened very carefully to see if there were any legitimate zoning reasons why these sites shouldn't be rebuilt on a slightly larger footprint. I heard none. There was an effort to try to say that the site in Etobicoke was ineligible, but if you read the staff report, they've already explained in there that yes, the shelter bylaw makes that site an eligible site for shelter. So there's no issue there. Don't be fooled. One of the things, though, when you put the zoning issues aside, that keeps coming up is this issue about, has council given away its responsibility by delegating authority. And I want to address that for a moment. Council voted that shelters can go in neighborhoods. Toronto City Council set that policy. The elected government of the City of Toronto went out, talked to people on how we should manage shelters, and based on that conversation, came back with a conclusion informed by decisions at the Human Rights Tribunal and decisions at the Ontario Land Tribunal that yes, if we're going to say people can live in a certain area, we're not going to say which people can live there. And I want to take a moment to think about which people we're talking about. When a shelter is operating in my ward or a new supportive housing thing is going in, I sit down with my residents and I consult with them about how to make this work. And we all get to know the people who move in. I will tell you that in our shelter system, I know people in my ward, one of whom is a former City of Toronto paramedic. I know a former CEO who is in our shelter system. I've talked before about how I had a family member who went through the shelter system. People, any person in the world can have some bad luck and wind up in the shelter system. Well, maybe not Mr. Bezos, but all the rest of us can. Most people in Toronto are just a couple of paychecks away from losing their housing. And as Councillor Bravo pointed out, once you lose that housing, the strain and stress on you of not knowing where you sleep tonight can actually cause cognitive harm. It can cause you to spiral. It can cause you to develop health impacts, mental health impacts. It can cause you to self-medicate. The shelter does not, allowing people going into shelter are not the problem. The lack of housing is what makes people sick. Saying that a shelter brings problems to a neighborhood is like saying a doctor makes people sick. You've got the cause and effect backwards. When the call comes for more consultation or consulting further on delegated authority, we have to be careful because consultation is a very, very slippery word. In certain mouths, it's a dog whistle. It's saying, I will help you to veto this shelter. Never say that part out loud, but when you say there hasn't been enough consultation, that's your dog whistle. That's how you're rage farming. Instead, we should show the kind of leadership that Councillor Morley talked about. We should engage with the folks in our neighborhood, some of whom have concerns and some of whom want to help, and bring them in. When we have social housing or supportive housing or shelters come into Parkdale High Park, we establish a welcoming committee. We think about whether there are things we can donate. We hold a barbecue to get to know everybody. We get to know the names of the people who live in our communities, because the people who live in shelters in my ward are every bit as much my constituents as the people who live next to them. So with that, I encourage you to vote yes on all 6 of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll take the votes, but before we take the votes...
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I just want you to clarify...
Please, let me turn on your mic, Councillor Pasternak. Okay.
I just want you to clarify for councillors, we are not voting on whether to cancel a shelter. We're voting on bylaw amendments on the size and dimensions of the structure. So if an item loses, it will be a smaller shelter. That's all we're discussing today. Our votes will not cancel any of these shelters. I think you should make it clear to councillors.
Kelly. No. Okay, let's just move on. Councillor, I just want to I just want to, before we start the voting, on Councillor Holiday's motion, that, okay, let's vote. Councillor Prusa.
It's on the vote, Madam Speaker. I would ask that the items be
Yes,
voted
yes.
on individually
Yes.
as seriatim, okay?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, please, okay, on Councillor Holiday's motion, I'm moving that motion in order. The motion is asking for staff to report back, so it's a report request. So that motion is in order. So we're going to vote first on Councillor Bradford's motion. We'll put that motion on the screen, and what I would suggest that we vote in two parts. So we'll put it on the screen and recorded vote. So we'll vote on the 6 first. Okay? Oh, I see it on my screen. Okay. I know, we're in the middle of a vote. Okay, so that's what we're voting on now, recorded vote. We're voting on that first, recorded vote. We're voting on that first, please, let's vote. It was on the screen. Okay.
Councillor Chang and Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Bravo, may I have your vote verbally, please? Negative, thank you. Part 1 of the motion does not carry. The vote is 5 to 20.
Okay, so part 2 is redundant. Our next vote is one Councillor Chang's motion. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Next is Councillor Holiday's motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, may we have your vote verbally, please? Negative, thank you. Motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 7 to 18.
Okay, our next motion is motion by Councillor Cole. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. So we'll go through the item. Yeah. So 1 and 2 is combined. Okay, so we're voting on 1 and 2. Do we want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Recommendations 1 and 2 carry. The vote is 23-2.
Okay, recommendation 3, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Recommendation 3 carries. The vote is 23-2.
Recommendation 4.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Recommendation 4 carries. The vote is 23-2.
Recommendation 5.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Recommendation 5 carries. The vote is 20-5.
Recommendation 6, recorded vote.
Recommendation 6 carries. The vote is 21-4.
Recommendation 7. Yeah, we're having a recorded vote on all of them.
Recommendation 7 carries. The vote is 19-6.
Now, the balance of it, which is 8, 9, and 10, number 10 is to have more consultation meetings, so I don't think anybody's going to say no to that. So why don't we vote for, which was my motion at Planning and Housing, number 10. So why don't we vote on 8, 9, and 10 together? Pardon? I can't hear you, Councillor Holiday.
On a point of order, can I vote for 8 and 9 separately than 10?
8 and 9 together.
Okay, 8, 9 together, and so you don't want to support consultations?
I didn't say that, Speaker.
okay.
I'd like to vote for 8 and 9
Okay.
and 10 separately.
Okay. 8 and 9. 8 and 9. Recorded vote.
Councillor Chang and Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Recommendations 8 and 9 carry. The vote is 21-4.
Okay, on number 10 then. This should be unanimous because that's all we talked about today. Motion 10. No, I want a recorded vote because that was my motion. Okay? Motion 10, recorded vote. I want to see who votes against more consultations. Recorded vote.
Recommendation 10 carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote. No, we have to vote on, because there was Councillor Cole's motion and Councillor Chang. Item is amended.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Crisanti.
The item is amended, carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, thank you. That's done. Now we'll go to members' motion, but before we do that, I just want to, we go through the run-through, is that the financial impact summary sheet for member motions MM 32.1 to MM 32.45 from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer has been posted with agenda item RM 32.7 review of the order paper.
Do you want to add new member motions?
Oh yeah, there's one more member's motion and okay. Councillor Morley, you have another member's motion you want to introduce?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I believe this one is related to, sorry, I'll wait for clerks before I misspeak.
Okay, there it is.
So I believe this is looking to facilitate waiver of some fees for a private developer delivering shelter beds in our ward, assisting in the Society of St. Vincent de Paul's project at 2131 Windsor Street, and the rest of the address. And the reason for urgency is that the development timelines are underway and funding's.
On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, you were standing up?
I just had a quick release, Speaker, that's all. That's all.
Okay.
Because we
And-
we normally do those when we get back, but we
Yeah,
went straight.
and then there's also a member's motion that we need to introduce later.
Yes,
if you
I've
speak
got
to
that
Wendy.
here.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what quick release do you have?
I have IE 23.2 joint collection schedule discussions with circular materials. I'd like to release that.
Okay, hold on, let me find it. IE 23.2, okay. Councillor Fletcher's releasing, on favor, carried. Thank you. Okay, so we're going through members' motion. Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
So Speaker, today we've added a number of motions. Can you just let me know what the last one is you're considering on the run-through to make sure I got them all? Because we added a few fairly recently.
Okay. Our last one that we just introduced now is 48.
What's the cutoff on the run-through? 48? So
48.
We're voting up to 48 right now.
Okay, the one we just added. So the last one that I have now, Councillor Holiday's number 48. Yeah. Yeah, up to 48.
Okay, so read them quick. All right, got it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Just need to shift. You'll move that and I'll second it. I don't know why I'm moving it.
I don't know. Okay, that's
I'll
fine.
just tell
Yeah,
Wendy.
yeah. MM 32.1. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A communication has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 32.2. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 32.3. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 32.4. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to reopening of item 2025 PH 21.9 only as it pertains to parts 1 and 3. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening the item? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 32.5. Notice if this motion, I believe that we're holding that one down, right? Because yeah, that's part of the combined. So MM 32.5. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. So we'll deal with that when we do the other items. Okay. We'll put it in Councillor Perk's name. Okay. MM 32.6, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Who said that? Okay, Councillor Holliday, you would like to hold? Oh, you want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Burnside, can we get your vote, please? Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. And Councillor Burnside, we don't have your vote recorded in the system, so can we get it verbally, please? In favor, thank you. Okay.
Councillor Thompson is there. Yeah.
The item carries. The vote is 22-2.
MM 32.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening of item 2025EY 20.2 only as it pertains to the percentage community benefits charge contribution set out in Part 1. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3211. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Well, okay, but first move referral. All in favor of moving referral? Okay, now you can hold. Okay, but you have to introduce it before you hold it. MM 32.12. Okay, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to Toronto East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3213. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3214. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral?
I have an amendment.
Pardon?
I have a technical amendment.
Oh, you have a, okay. Let's just move referral first. Moving referral in favor, carried. Does the staff have your technical amendment? You have it? Oh, it's not ready, so we'll hold the item down.
Thank you.
Yeah, in the mayor's name. MM 32.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. A communication has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? Pardon? You want to hold it down? Okay. MM 32.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? You want a recorded vote on the waiving referral? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Chernos-Lynn, please.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 15-8. The 2/3 threshold has not been met.
MM 32.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3219. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Can you give me some more water? MM 32.20. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3221. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Pardon? Councillor Holiday?
Yep, my point of order is easy. Could I just ask for a recorded vote on 2 and 3?
There you go. Good.
Okay.
All sorted.
Okay, let's hold it down. Councillor Holiday, do you want to hold it down? Okay. MM 32.22. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the... Oh, Mayor Chow, you have an amendment on this one? Okay.
Is it ready?
You want to move it?
Okay, yes, I will move it.
Okay, so we'll put it on the screen. No, this is a quick item. No.
It's just working together with them.
Well, unless you want to hold it down, Councillor Matlow, and speak. No? Okay. Is the mayor's amendment ready? Okay, there's the mayor's amendment. On the amendment, on favor, carried. Yeah, just a sec. I'm just going to ask. Councillor Matlow, did you want to hold the item down to speak? Okay. So on the item as amended, on favor, carried. So on 3215 that you held down in error, do you want to just move that one then? Okay. Pardon? Well, we'll just release it, yeah. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to acknowledge the Midtown Ravine Group are here in the chamber. They've done an enormous amount of work to protect our ravines and to come up with a plan to allow this to happen. Thank you.
Okay, so on MM 3215, on favor, carried. MM 3223, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. And you'd like to hold it? Okay. We already moved referral. You want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote on moving referral.
Councillor Burnside, may we have your vote verbally, please? Negative, thank you. The vote to waive referral carries. The vote is 20-3.
And Councillor Matlow, you want to hold the item down, right? Yeah? Okay. Okay. No, he's smiling, so I don't know what that means. MM3224. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM3225. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to reopening of item 2024 EX 18.7 only as it pertains to the amendment to section 74232 of the Toronto Municipal Code. In part 6 of the decision, a two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM3226. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM3227. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM3228. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM3229. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM3230. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to reopening of item 2025 CC 3110 only as it pertains to parts 2 and 3. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor? on the item. $32.31. Oh, did I skip 30? Okay, on the item, on favor. Oh, on reopening the item, on favor, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM3231. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Huh? What is it, Councillor Mathis?
I just want to introduce the baseball team and Daryl Harding's family that is in the council chamber.
Oh, okay. But do you want to vote on the motion first?
Yeah, we should do that before you vote.
All right, let's vote on it. Yes. Okay.
That would be kind of awkward.
On the motion, on favor. Okay, Councillor Mantis.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to welcome Daryl Harding's family and the Wexford baseball team into our council chamber. Daryl was Daryl Harding was a dedicated community mentor and leader who devoted countless hours to supporting youth baseball in Scarborough. As president and coach of the Wexford Agincourt Baseball League, he made a lasting impact on local sports culture, equity-deserving communities, and generations of young athletes. His sudden passing in August of 2024 prompted an outpouring of love and support from players, coaches, parents, and community members whose lives he touched. Wishingwell Park became a second home for many under his leadership, making the naming of Baseball Diamond No. 1 in his honor a meaningful and appropriate tribute. Community organizations, residents, and local leaders were actively consulted as part of this naming proposal and emphasized Mr. Harding's exceptional commitment to equity and inclusion in youth sport. He volunteered over 1,200 hours each year, championed the creation of a girls-only baseball division in partnership with the Jades Care Foundation Rookie League, and personally covered registration fees for children from low-income families to ensure every child had a chance to play baseball. He also pushed the much-needed facility improvements to make youth baseball safer. In recognition of this dedication, Daryl Harding was awarded the Toronto Blue Jays C21 honor in 2016. A formal property naming application was submitted to the city's Strategic Partnership Office, and staff confirmed that the proposal aligns with the City of Toronto's guidelines principles for commemoration. I would like to thank Mayor Chow for her leadership and for seconding the motion, and all staff and City Manager Paul Johnson for all their work on to have this baseball diamond renamed. Thank you to everyone.
MM 3232. Notice of this motion has not been given a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to the Toronto East Shore Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3233. Notice that this motion has not been given and a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3234. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to the Toronto East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On the referral, all in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3235. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On the referral, all in favor? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Yeah, you can read it. Yeah. MM 3236.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
All in favor of waiving referral? Oh, okay. On the item, all in favor? Carry. MM 3237.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3238.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3239.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3240.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3241.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3242.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Bravo, may we have your vote verbally, please? The negative? The item does not carry. The vote is 5-17.
So we didn't waive referral on that one. On the item, so we didn't move it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's before, it was before us, yeah. 3243, MM 3243.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3244.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
Okay, hold by Councillor Perks. MM 3245.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, on favor. Councillor Myers to hold. MM 32.36.
MM 32.46. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor, thank you.
Councillor Mantis, please.
The item carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay. MM 3248. That was 47, wasn't it? Oh, just a sec. Yeah, you're right. MM 3247.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, on favor, carried. MM 3248.
This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate.
On the item, on favor, carried. Okay, that's it for the member's motion. We are going now to the next timed item, which is EX 2531, which is a better way to replace your furnace. Mayor Chow held the item down. Do we have any questions to staff?
We never finished winter maintenance.
No.
You don't want to.
Okay, we're at the furnace issue. Furnace. So, Mayor Chow, do you have any questions? You held the item down? Okay.
Speak.
Okay, Councillor Holiday has questions. Councillor Holiday?
I'm sorry, Speaker,
Question.
can we just get a little bit of settle down in here?
Do we need a 5-minute break here because everybody left?
We don't, we just a little bit of quiet in the chamber. These are
Okay.
serious questions.
I don't know what's happening. Members of council, please take your seats. Hello? We still have items. Okay, Councillor Holiday, you have questions. Do we have staff here?
Yes.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. The committee recommendations are a wide array, and they begin with directing that a program be developed that would provide advice such as energy coaching, decision support tools, and even a vetted contractor directory. So these are information-based. However, recommendation D lists direct installation services. Could you provide staff's understanding to me about what that means? Is staff going to be asked to get into the business of installing equipment into people's homes?
To the Speaker, no. The intention of this, and if you're looking at the entire recommendation, is that we would be connecting residents who are looking to change out their furnace with qualified contractors who would do those installations. So there is an installation component as part of the program, but it is through qualified contractors.
So we as a city are not getting into the business of putting equipment in, warrantying that equipment, collecting payments for that equipment, all that sort of stuff. That is, I guess, the private sector's responsibility. Is that correct?
That is correct. That would still be the contractors that we would be connecting individuals with. We would, however, be looking at opportunities to support access to grants or loans or other things, which may reduce those costs, but that financial transaction would be with the contractor.
And those grants are set up through other programs. We're just connecting the two.
That's right. Those grants currently are available through the provincial government.
Okay, and so the last two pieces have to do with financing. Could you explain to me the city's involvement in financing?
So the city's involvement, and this program comes out of a budget item. We were allocated $20 million in debt capital. The city has a financing program for retrofits, the home energy loan program. This is essentially another stream of that, which would enable us to provide low-income loans for the access to heat pumps, so to include those as part of the program.
So that's effectively qualifying a category of equipment under an existing program.
Exactly, and right now it would be available under that program, but this is a much more focused and scope program than the home energy loan program.
Thank you, that's very helpful and important. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, just a couple. So did I just hear you say that as part of the recommendations, we'll be looking at providing the city will be looking at providing low-income loans? What are the incentives that we're investigating?
So as part of the program, we'd be looking at providing low-interest loans, and we'd be looking at focusing those on low and moderate income households. So for example, seniors with a fixed income, to enable them to access that financing. It is also financing that's delivered through a local improvement charge, so it's not a personal loan, but actually a loan tied to the property.
Right, so that's our collateral, to ensure that we get paid. Yeah, that's how these things are normally done.
That's correct.
Does the city provide loans for anything else? We're getting in the lending of money business, aren't we?
So currently we have a number of financing programs related to energy and energy efficiency. So we have the home energy loan program, which provides financing up to $120,000. We also have sustainable energy plan finance programs, which provides loans to small and medium enterprises as well as academic and other institutions to take energy retrofits. So we have a fairly long history with loans. Our home energy loan program goes back to, I believe, 2012.
Okay, that's good. I was aware of that. I just wanted to know, we've done this now for more than 10 years. How successful are these loans? Are we, are we coming out ahead? And what interest rates are we charging? Are they competitive to the private sector?
So I'll start with the interest rates. They are competitive to the private sector. They're typically around the city's cost of borrowing, which is usually better than you would get from an institution. As well, because they're connected to the property and not the individual, it enables people to invest in an improvement to their house without necessarily, maybe they're moving after 5 years and having to cover all that costs that travels with the property. And so as it relates to your first question, the success of that, I think we've seen a good amount of uptake, especially when interest rates are low. We anticipate we'd even see more in this program because it is very focused on furnace replacement, so it isn't getting into all the other things like insulation, windows.
Okay.
That can still happen, but this is a very focused and targeted program.
When there's a lien on the property, then do we know how many issues we have with respect to people, non-payments, and how many liens we have to exercise?
So off the top of my head, I can't think of any instances since I've been here where we have not had repayment of the loans.
Okay.
Again, it's been very successful from that matter, us and our work with financial planning and the CFO's office.
So tell me a little bit about heat pumps versus furnaces. Heat pumps are supposedly more efficient and more energy efficient and still provide the same type of heating and cooling systems within a property?
Yeah, so, and there's different types of heat pumps. This program doesn't specify which ones. So you have two types. One is a hybrid system, so you would still have a furnace, but you would also have a heat pump. It would operate, and you could have furnace for backup, or maybe when it gets very cold, or depending on how you'd like to manage your system. And then there's fully electric heat pumps, but they are very efficient. And they provide the same value in terms of heating and cooling, but just in terms of fully electric in one piece of equipment, so you don't necessarily have a central air conditioner and then a central furnace as well.
What would you say is quieter, a heat pump or a furnace?
So for a homeowner, the heat pump would be quieter. It's typically located outside the building. Furnaces can be fairly loud. You still have a fan in a central system moving the air around, but it would be quieter for that.
Quieter because it's not in the house, it's located on the exterior part of the house, correct?
Right, that's correct. And you'll find with a furnace, I have a hybrid system, so I have a furnace and a heat pump. I find when the furnace is on, there is the combustion, the burning of the gas. There's a kind of that sound you get of fuel burning and exhausting. So there is a bit of sound from that. In the heat pump, you wouldn't get that. It's much quieter inside.
Okay, so I'm asking because I've had some complaints up in my area regarding heat pumps that are installed on the exterior part of the house. I don't know whether they were hybrid or not, and neighbors saying that these heat pumps are noisy and there are issues with noise, and we're just working through that. They may have to be relocated, or can you speak to that? Why? So in my experience, heat pumps are noisier because they're on the outside. The noise is heard by the neighboring properties. It could be disturbing the peace and quiet of enjoyment of their properties.
That was your last question.
So without knowing the specifics, and happy to look into it, hard to say. I would say that a heat pump generally operates kind of like an air conditioner. So any central air outside would be of the same type of volume. My experience with heat pumps has been, especially the new ones, are very quiet. It could be a maintenance issue as well if people aren't maintaining their equipment, like any outdoor equipment.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Chow, you have an amendment. Do you want to speak on it? Oh, sorry, you just put your name on.
Sorry,
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
okay.
No, my apologies.
Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, just one. Sorry, just hello.
Thanks for that one. What's the cost of this program?
So in terms of what the budget was, we've been allocated $20 million for financing. There is some staff costs that are also included in the existing budget. And then there's also a cost that will be borne by Toronto Hydro. That is built into their existing budget through the climate advisory services that the city provided them a mandate for. So there's no additional cost beyond what is already allocated in budget. I think from an operating sense, it's around $400,000 a year for this program, and then $20 million in capital.
And so we borrow the capital and whatever the interest we're paying on that?
That's right.
It's a loan that we're going to get repaid.
It's a loan, so it comes back to us, and then we would either, depending on the time, we might recycle it back to further loans, or we'll go back.
Okay. Yeah. So 5% we're paying about, it's about $1 million then?
The rate changes all the time, and our rates that we loan out do change all the time to reflect the city's cost of borrowing, so we update that quarterly.
So how are we, so what's our rate when we're loaning out?
To the speaker, our rates are going to vary depending on the amount we're issuing, what type of bond it is, the term and length. Generally, right now, all in is probably around 4.5%.
Is what we're paying.
Is our all-in cost of borrowing.
We're talking about loaning out. That's where I'm a little confused.
What's the interest we charge?
Yeah.
The interest we charge, the connection, and what we will look at is our cost of borrowing in terms of how we determine to set the rates.
So this is not a very expensive program is what you're saying. That's what all I'm trying to understand is what the actual cost is.
Yes. And I think we set our rates to cover our costs for both borrowing and for administration of borrowing. So it's,
okay, thank you. That's fine. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Could we have a quorum call, because we don't have quorum?
Members, we've opened a roll call vote in CMP. Councillor Candeville, please.
Councillor Candeville, can we have you acknowledge your presence in council chamber? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, there are 21 members present in the meeting.
Mayor Chow, for the third time.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, this summer we have heat waves. We're in the middle of another one. I think it's the third or the fourth heat wave we had earlier last year before. We have, pardon me. Oh, I have to move my motion. Sorry, I have some amendments. Pardon me. Can you please put them? And I'll speak to these technical amendments in a minute here. We have flooding. We have fire, and it is all part of climate change. We know that we have to do something to slow down climate change. And we know that burning fossil fuel is the leading cause of climate change, and our homes collectively is one of the largest sources of carbon emission. Most of us want to do something to make climate better, but often we're not sure what and whether we could afford it. So this furnace replacement program really is helping homeowners that can dramatically reduce the cost of installing or replacing the furnace, and also making the energy bill less. So how does it work? It works by, you just met the 20 ambassadors you saw here. They are going to get trained. They're going to go out and talk to and be at a lot of places where people congregate, whether it's mall or community events. And they're going to send a message out that there is a special program. There is a Toronto Hydro Climate Advisory Service. So how does it work? Toronto Hydro will come and provide a free assessment to help homeowners find the best heat pump and the best person that can help you install it for heating and cooling their home. Okay? Because you need to replace your furnace anyway. Once the homeowner knows what they need, they can then submit an application with the help of these young folks, coordinate any incentives they may be eligible from any levels of government. And some of you say, what eligibility, what program is there? Well, you may not know. The provincial government will offer $6,500 if you buy a heat pump as a rebate. If you're sealing your home for draft proofing, they will provide up to $1,300. If you are insulating and upgrading, they would provide some kind of rebate of up to $10,000. Windows, smart thermostat, solar panels, all of these rebates, a lot of homeowners don't know about them. If you look at where people install these, it's mostly in Councillor Sachs' ward, in some, because the annex folks, for example, are very in tune with all these programs because they want to make sure that their house is energy efficient. But many people in, say, Councillor Myers' ward, their English may not be their first language. They may not know there are various community programs, government programs that can assist them. And what these ambassadors will do is to go and assist them. And of course, there's a city program also. So I just want to thank Minister Stephen Lecce for his staff. This is the Minister of Energy for their collaboration with me, my office, and the city's Environment, Climate, and Forestry Division. Because we were at a press conference together, and we were considering what can we do other than building the Line 3 and dealing with bringing more electricity into the grid. And he said there's all these programs. I said, well, actually, a lot of homeowners don't know about these rebates. So we are working together, federal, provincial, municipal government, and through our young people, the 20 ambassadors, they will find out about these programs. They will join in. They will install heat pumps. They will help make their home as energy efficient as possible so they could burn less and pay less. So I know we can work together and make a difference for the climate while making life more affordable. And I want to thank the staff for putting this program together.
Thank you. So on the amendment by Mayor Chow, on favor, opposed if any, carried. On the item as amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. So before we go to our next item is EX 25.1, PH 23.5, PH 23.6, and MM 32.5. That's the items on the housing. So before we do that, do we have any quick releases maybe? Yeah, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. The clerk has kindly brought to my attention that there was an error in MM 32.1. I'd like to reopen it and correct it.
Okay, on MM 32.1, Councillor Sachs is opening. On favor, carried.
Right, and the correction is that the dollar amount in paragraph 2 didn't match the dollar amount in paragraph 1. So the clerk has the amendment.
Okay, we'll put there it is on the screen.
Thank you.
On the amendment by Councillor Sachs, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Do we want to do a few quick releases? Councillor Moyes.
Madam Speaker, MM 32.11, does the clerk have the amendment ready?
Your what?
MM 3211.
Yeah?
It's not ready? Okay. It's not ready.
You had an amendment for that. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Matlow. Hold on. Let me put your mic on. Okay.
I'd like to release MM 3223, taking action to protect tenants. And I have an amendment to move on it.
Okay, I didn't hear the item number, sorry.
It's MM 32.23.
Okay, MM 32.
And I just have an amendment.
Okay, so let's put the amendment on the screen.
And then just a recorded vote.
This is on MM 3223. The amendment.
Hold on, that's not.
Councillor Crescenti is moving the amendment?
No, I have another amendment. I don't know about that.
Well, then it doesn't sound like.
Well,
Councillor Crescenti, we're at the item.
He doesn't care.
Okay, so Councillor Crescenti is, okay, Councillor Matlow's amendment is on the screen. Okay, if I can have members of council, please sit down. It's hard for us to hear what, okay, Councillor Matlow, you have an amendment. Let's put it on the screen. There it is. Councillor Matlow? You want to read it, or?
Sure, that City Council requests the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to consult with frontline municipal licensing and standards staff regarding impacts to job expectations and duties.
Okay. And then Councillor Crescenti, you have an amendment?
The City Council expressed its support for higher set fine penalties for offenses associated with Chapter 354 for apartment buildings, to revisit the set fines.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so on Councillor, on Councillor Crescenti's amendment, recorded vote. No, this is an amendment.
Motion 1 carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, and then on Councillor Matlow's amendment, recorded vote. This is on MM 3223.
Councillor Cheng, please. Motion 2 carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Okay, item is amended, recorded vote.
Madam Chair and Speaker, I'm here and I didn't get to vote. I just want to vote in the affirmative.
He's
I was on the
virtual.
screen, but I wasn't called out, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, item is amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, may we have your vote for verbally, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. The item is amended, carries. The vote is 20-3.
Okay. Do we have any other quick releases? Councillor Pasternak, I thought you did. Okay. Councillor Pasternak. We may as well do
Yes.
them before we start the next one.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release North York 25.4, 123 Garrett Boulevard, Taxiway West District, zoning bylaw amendment, decision report approval. And if I could just have a minute, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the residents of Downsview and city staff who devoted many years to getting this proposal forward, this development application forward. Specifically, I'd like to thank Sophie Knowles, Shelley Cham, David Sitt, April Lim, Sundus Balat, and Sarah Phibbs. Northcrest Developments is the landowner. I'd like to thank Chris Eby, Itaka Mohammadi. In the Ancaster community, Lucienne Logan, Mercio Nito, Tony Molinaro, and Joe Simone. This application includes a daycare, which will be accommodating 100 children, 930 square meters of community space, approximately 3,000 units with 300 affordable for a period of 99 years. Parkland dedication includes new parks, the expansion of Robert Leake Park, and 10,600 square meters of privately owned public accessible spaces. When I became the representative of Downsview, I said there were going to be no bad deals for Downsview. We were only going to agree that for applications that were good for the community, good for future residents, and good planning. And I think this application meets that threshold. At the end of the day, we're going to be working hard to monitor traffic patterns and, of course, listen to the community as we go forward on the major roads environmental assessment. We had enormous community outreach with this, normally with many meetings, working groups, private meetings, and I think at the end of the day, we have a very good application that will provide hundreds of affordable homes, more parks, and of course, a new daycare. It's a good application that we should support. Thank you.
Thank you. So on NY 25.4, on favor, carried. I just want to let you know this was originally a timed item, but Councillor Pasternak didn't want to time it, so we're going to deal with it now. Councillor Morley?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release CC 32.20, 220, 230, 240 Lake Promenade, and 21 and 31 Park Boulevard. It's an Ontario Land Tribunal hearing request for direction. I'd just like to speak to it for a moment.
3220?
Not quick? Maybe not quick.
No, I think Councillor Holiday had an issue. Pardon?
Can I speak in the councillor and we can dispense with this item? Otherwise, I'm happy to continue to hold it down.
So are you going to release it?
I'm happy to release it. I just want to speak to it, and I have an amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
So I do have a confidential amendment, colleagues, that has been advance circulated on this item. I can't speak to it because it's confidential, but it's we've been working with the Tenants Association impacted by this, and at their request and in consultation with the city, we've have that amendment to introduce. So please take a moment to review that confidential amendment. And on this particular file, this has been a really contentious and difficult application in my ward. Since taking office, we've facilitated a significant amount of community consultation, including a year-long working group with our local community, facilitated and supported by our wonderful planning staff in Etobicoke, and of course with many members of the community, both tenants of the building and neighboring residents participating. There were many meetings, many opportunities for feedback where the applicant was also a part of the conversation. At this location, currently, there are 5 apartment buildings totaling 548 rental units, making it one of the largest rental housing demolition applications in the city. The level of density proposed at over 2,000 units makes more sense in an area that is strategically planned for growth, like along an avenue near to higher order transit. And this apartment block located in the heart of a residential neighborhood with incomplete sidewalks, over half a kilometer from the nearest CTC stop, and even further from any form of higher order transit, is only accessible by small local roads. Because of the sensitivity of this application and the level of concern from the community, I focused on ensuring additional community consultation that I've spoken to a moment ago, with the hope of securing more meaningful revisions and avoiding the application being appealed to the OLT. While changes were proposed through that process, they were outweighed when the applicant didn't. I'm speaking to it. Thanks. They were outweighed when the applicant didn't make significant concessions on the most important and prevalent issues to our community, which were specific to height and particularly density. Unfortunately, we haven't seen improvements, and I will not be supporting the settlement before us. I would ask my colleagues to support voting against the settlement.
I want to remind members, these are quick releases.
I asked to speak for it first.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I said I want to speak to it, so normally we get.
Yeah. It's, okay, Councillor Holiday, you want to make a, because we're going through quick releases, I have to go to another timed item. Huh? Councillor Holiday.
So Speaker, I'll be really quick on this. I think that this is an abomination, this proposal. And as somebody that has...
Okay, we're no. Sorry. Councillor Bradford, quick release, just release an item.
Watch me release here, Madam Speaker. Members' motion 3216, Safer Shores at Woodbine Beach, protecting the safety of our waterfront and everyone who enjoys it. Seconded by none other than Councillor John Burnside. Thanks for the assist. And we're going to have a couple friendly amendments from Councillor Morley and Councillor Candeval, who's coming back to his seat so he can move it. There you go.
Okay. On the item.
Moving my motion, and then they're going to move their friendly amendments.
Okay, let's put them on the screen.
And they were advance circulated for those who wanted to read them.
On the amendment by...
Sure. Okay. Okay, whatever you want.
Okay, amendment by Councillor Bradford on favor. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is not a quick release then. I'm sorry.
No, Madam Speaker.
No, it's not a quick release if there's 6 amendments. Come on. Enough. Okay, forget it. I'm sorry. Councillor Myers. Councillor Myers, a quick release is a quick release, not 6 amendments.
Am I allowed to speak to it quickly or no?
No, Councillor Myers, do you have a quick release or not? Because we have to go back to our...
Then no.
No, okay, let's go to our timed item then. No, I did. Because his item was timed. Okay, let's go. Members, let's go to EX 25. What? Okay, Councillor Morley, then put your motion on the screen then. Okay. All right, put your motion on the screen. Let's get it over with. Come on.
Point of order, Madam Chair. My understanding was that we were moving on from these items because they are evidently not quick and members would like to speak to their amendments. So my understanding was that we were getting back onto the order paper and holding this down. I would like maybe the chair to make a ruling so all of us can stop trying to do her job and she can let us know and provide.
I don't think anybody's ready for anything today. The clerk is going to put the... Councillor Bradford, sit down, please. Okay, let's put the 5 amendments on the screen. And nobody talk. Just put the amendments on the screen. Okay, there's the amendment by Councillor Morley. Next amendment. Okay, 2 from Councillor Morley. Okay, now we have amendment by Councillor Candeval. Okay, the next one. Okay, there's the second one. Is that it? Okay. Okay, Councillor Bradford's 1A, on favor, carried. Bradford 1B, on favor, carried. Morley, motion 2, carried. Candaval, motion 3A, on favor, carried. Candaval, motion 3B, on favor, carried. Item as amended, on favor, carried. Okay, done. All right. Next time, these should be circulated, these motions, and it doesn't go through as quick items. Let's go now. And the reason if people are asking, Councillor Pasternak, I allowed him to speak for a couple. His was a timed item. It wasn't a quick release. Okay, we're going to EX 25.1, PH 23.5, 23.6, MM 32.5. Now, Councillor Holiday, you mentioned earlier today about having the 4 items bundled up, that you only have 5 minutes. So the wish of council, because there may be a number of questions asked to these items, do you agree that we have questions for 7 minutes rather than 5 minutes? Okay, put your name on the screen to ask questions. Huh? No, I know, I was just suggesting it. It's okay to ignore me. All right, questions. If anybody has any questions, it's all the planning items. Councillor Cherny, please put your name on the screen because we're at the items now. And Councillor Holiday, I know you had a lot. Go ahead.
Thank you. My first question is with respect to community engagement, and I wondered, how does it inform the shape of these developments? At what stages are consultations proposed, for example? This is with respect to 25.1.
Through the speaker, engagement is proposed early with the ward councillor and local constituents. Staff recognizes that no one knows your communities better than you and the people who live there. So before the proposed sites go out to market, there is a plan for community and local councillor engagement to inform the site and to assess specific considerations as directed by the councillor and the community.
Okay, thank you for that. And through the chair, is there a process by which councillors can nominate sites? Like if you see something in your ward that you're thinking about?
Through the chair or through the speaker, certainly. If there's opportunities to build, the city's looking at all opportunities, and we'd be happy to speak with local councillors, developers, or partners within your communities who are looking to build with scale and build affordable.
Okay, and then I guess my last question is with respect to complete communities. I'm in Midtown Toronto. There's an awful lot of growth, particularly along the LRT corridor. Bayview and Eglinton, we're seeing now routinely, 50-story towers and major intensification. And I guess I'm wondering what sort of benefits are we anticipating to achieve on a permanent basis for these developments? you know, in terms of like infrastructure, parks, all of those things that sort of make for a livable community, just because there is so much rapid intensification. And with these projects that we're hoping to add to it, are we planning for that at all?
Through the speaker, from the Toronto Builds perspective, which is our overall guiding framework, we are looking to build complete communities, leveraging the new table through the housing development to look at particular city lands and ensure that there's infrastructure in place to deal with the population that's there now and the population that will be coming through the development.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, members, I don't see any names on the screen for this item, so, yeah, I know, but try not to put your names one at a time because we have to know what the timing of the agenda is today. So if you want to ask questions, put your name on the screen so we know. Okay, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, I'd like to ask questions on the letter from Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, Gregor Robertson. I don't know who the appropriate staff person would be to answer those.
Through the speaker, I'll attempt to start the responses to the questions.
Okay, thank you. So confirming that the city has seen the letter from Minister Robertson stating that potentially housing accelerator funds are in jeopardy, correct?
That's correct. Through the chair, that's correct.
Do we know how much money is at stake?
Through the speaker, the indication that we've understood in the past that it could be up to 25% impact.
So that's about $30 million?
Correct.
And is this money, the money from the Housing Accelerator Fund, is that to be used to build approximately 11,700 affordable rental units in the City of Toronto?
Through the speaker, yes, correct, net new and net affordable.
If we lose that $30 million, how many of those 11,700 affordable rental units will we lose?
I'll ask, through the speaker, I'll ask the interim housing secretary to respond.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Deputy Speaker. Can't give you a definitive answer on that. Projects move at different pace and different speed. It's a dynamic capital stack, and our pipeline changes regularly. But basically, we would lose the ability to fund our overall capital plan and would need to look to prioritize, reallocate, and assess opportunities to fund that underfunding in future.
If the money is withheld, when will councillors expect a list of which affordable housing projects will be in jeopardy of not going forward?
To my point earlier and through the Deputy Speaker, we're not going to be able to provide you a list by list. We have a pipeline like any other capital plan in the city that has above the line and below the line. Our below the line projects will increase, and we will need to look to work with the CFO, the other orders of government, to see if we can fill that gap in future years as the pipeline progresses.
Is it fair to say that if we lose the $30 million, at least some of those 11,780 affordable rental units will not be built?
Again, through the to the councillor, through the chair, we would not have the existing capacity at present to fund the full pipeline, and would need to look to address that in future years. But there is an impact, and we would need to make it up.
So, is it possible that if that gap is not filled, that money will have to come through other means, such as a property tax hike?
It would need to come through other means, or the projects wouldn't be able to proceed.
Thank you. So we just debated shelters, and I'm just wondering if there's any thought as to whether or not building these affordable homes, which we've budgeted for, will increase the City of Toronto's need to build more shelters because people won't have homes.
We call to the councillor through the Through the Deputy Speaker, we have a continuum of housing, and the homelessness issue in shelters requires flow. People need to be able to move out of homelessness into housing. The fewer units we have of housing, the fewer people can move out of homelessness. So they are connected. It is a dynamic system, but clearly we are looking to prioritize affordable, rent geared to income and supportive housing. The last two in particular are very crucial to moving people out of homelessness and into housing.
Thank you. So the minister was very clear that if Toronto did not live up to its agreements, $30 million was in jeopardy. Can someone give an update as to what the plan is for us to meet that target, which included legalizing sixplexes citywide?
Through the Speaker, we are just essentially assembling a response to the minister to work with of course, the Mayor's office in order to provide an update to our Housing Accelerator Fund deliverables that would be acceptable to CMHC and the federal government, but we don't have that response at this point in time.
And is there a backup plan in case the minister insists that the only way to get the $30 million is to bring forward another vote on the sixplexes citywide?
Through the Speaker, that would need to come forward to Council as far as options in order to substitute what the deliverable is from a Housing Accelerator Fund perspective. But we are working on options as to how we meet the need.
Thank you.
Very much. Next speaker is Councillor Candeval. Oh, questions. Sorry, you're questioning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to pick up where Councillor Myers left off, in 2023, did the federal government ever explicitly indicate as part of our HAF application that there should be a commitment to citywide sixplex permissions?
Through the Speaker, that was the language in I believe it's item 35 in our Housing Accelerator Fund deliverable.
My understanding is that our initial application was a commitment to fourplex that was amended on the floor in December 2023 to move to sixplex.
Through the Speaker, once again, the submission to CMHC reflected the sixplexes citywide.
Yes, but that application was amended on the floor. It wasn't the original staff approval in November 2023. The original was fourplex, and on the floor it was amended. I just wanted a confirmation on that.
Through the Speaker, what I can't recall exactly is when it was amended. What I can confirm is that our submission for the funds was referencing sixplexes and citywide.
I think it's very important to know that what was the staff recommendation, the initial application, fourplex or sixplex? It was fourplex. I don't know why we can't say it.
Yeah, Councillor, just getting confirmation from the team. The original one was fourplexes.
Thank you.
It was moved to six based on a recommendation moved by
from council.
Correct.
So for us to be concerned that the federal government would now apply a lens that they themselves didn't ask for explicitly or that we didn't initially initiate, I think is important to contrast distinction. Just to now move to Toronto builds, as part of the 3-year work plan, I would imagine there may be economic shifts, whether inflation, labor costs, that may pose a challenge to achieve these noble objectives. How will we accommodate for those challenges?
Through the Speaker, as you heard from the interim Housing Secretariat earlier, this is where essentially the reporting through Planning and Housing would identify where the line, call it the line is drawn as far as what's above the line and what's below the line. And those would be updates that we would provide through committee as to the implications of what's happening from an economic lens.
Thank you. That's helpful, very helpful. And as part of the process in the initial stages, how will staff approach consultation with the local councillor at the very beginning stages of site selection?
Through the Speaker, many of the sites that we are considering have already been identified, and through our colleagues through Great TO, CREM, and otherwise, have established the pipeline. And so really it's around prioritization of the sites, and that would be with where they are, whether it be, call it from a CMHC funding application, different factors that we would use in order to prioritize the sites. So these are sites that have already been identified.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking, I guess, two things, two lines of thought. One would be down the line for future sites, and then with the existing sites, how will the interaction, the work with the councillor look like?
Sure, thank you, and through the Speaker. So certainly the Housing Secretariat and New Housing Development Office will work and engage with the local ward councillors to discuss site-specific details. Also, with any of our projects, we move through councillor and community engagement, and that will be a central tenet to our work together to make sure there's alignment and we benefit from your expertise and guidance as we push forward in these needed and necessary projects.
Thank you. And lastly, with respect to the 6 Housing Now sites, as we transition from deep affordability to RGI, as a result, will we see more units that will be subsidized as a result? Is that the kind of the intention behind that shift, that we'll have more people benefit than those who would just be deep affordability?
That was your last question, Councillor.
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and again, through the Speaker, that is it entirely. We are moving from 10%, 40% AMR to 20% deeply rent-geared to income affordable, which does a number of things. It increases the overall depth of affordability for those most in need. It allows for ongoing adjustments to rent based on their income. It protects the city by doing ongoing eligibility assessment to ensure those individuals continue to be eligible for the benefit, and it doesn't impact the overall affordability of the building. It remains the same. So that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you. Next speaker, next questioner, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Is the exact wording of the Housing Accelerator Fund application a matter that was before council? The exact wording.
Through the Speaker, that was what was confirmed as far as our submission to CMHC.
Okay, can you read me the exact wording as it pertains to sixplexes? What was our commitment?
My apologies, Speaker.
You stop my time until we get it?
Speaker, if I could ask the team to pull up the exact wording.
Yeah, I'm just stopping your time, Councillor.
Not yet. Apologies.
They're looking up some information, and I'm just holding the time for you, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you.
The time did disappear, but I'm going to magically bring it back.
I understand, Madam Deputy Speaker. It should
Maybe.
say 30 seconds or less. There's 3 more seconds magically added, but that's okay.
Ooh.
We just get the answer, it'd be great.
You can go ahead.
Why don't I stand you down and come back to you and go for questions from Councillor Cheng while the staff look that up?
Thank you,
I
Deputy
think that's
Speaker.
easier.
Yep.
Thank you. Could I get some help on holding his time and moving to Councillor Cheng, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, unsold condo inventory now totals nearly 24,000 units. I'm just wondering, in all of our efforts to expand more housing options, what are we doing to encourage developers to build something that people who want to move in would buy? Because in the past, developers have been designing, and even presently, for investors. And so we have these development charges that we're looking at waiving to get more construction happening. But what other opportunities are there for us to incentivize developers to build more family-size units, units that people who want to stay in our city would buy and be able to afford?
Through the Deputy Speaker, and I know the team is distracted, and Mercedes, certainly if you'd like to add, but this is the intent of, for example, the purpose-built rental program is to, we've created a stream where we can diversify away from the traditional condo, and as part of that program, we are sure to negotiate the maximum number of larger units. That is traditionally part of the requirements that we have in place in order to be successful to the funding that we provide that program.
In the Toronto build opportunities that we have, many on the horizon across our city, what is the speed that we think we can achieve these? So I'm not sure how many properties are on the list.
Through the Speaker, as far as inventory of properties, well over 200. However, as far as the purposeful rental stream, I believe we had 18 projects that were identified as part of the first round of city-funded projects.
Okay, so, and what is the speed? How long do you think these projects are going to take to complete?
Through the Deputy Speaker, the commitment was a 2-year time frame, within a 2-year frame, so I believe December of 2026, those projects have a essential commitment to be in the ground by. Otherwise, sacrifice.
Many of these properties are in locations that are important to the local community. Some of them are parking lots, and I know we have differing views on the value of parking lots. But I'm wondering, what consultation is there with local councillors to identify opportunities to address gaps that may exist in the community, co-locate facilities that might be needed? For example, my ward is desperate for more daycares. And is that part of the consideration? Because sometimes I find that because we're in such a rush to get to the outcome, we miss the opportunity. And unfortunately, we're not growing more land that the city owns in the city. Every piece of land is so precious. And when we're not able to include other city building priorities into the projects, we may lose the best, I guess, impact that we could have on these sites.
And through the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I'll begin and then ask my colleague from Create TO to join. But we do have a consultation process where we are working with the community, and typically we are working with Create TO, where as we identify some of the social infrastructure that may be required as well. And I believe we do our best in order to embed that into the deal or the requirements that we are looking for in order to advance. But Vic, if you don't mind.
I'd just add, Vic Gupta, Cretio, through you, Speaker. We, part of the real estate mandate is to work closely with our divisions as a first priority, the program areas, to identify their needs citywide. And by doing so, we hope to create co-location opportunities, essentially complete communities with, certainly on our sites, on our city-owned sites. So when we take those sites out to market to look for a partner, we, as Deputy City Manager has said, we do embed those requirements into the deal. And part of the consultation is also with the local community and usually facilitated by the local councillor as well.
Thank you, and this is my last question. Recently, a group of us went to Taiwan. We visited some social housing projects, and one unique element that they had was, they want to include providing social housing to younger demographic who are finding it hard to stay in the urban centers. And one of the things that they do is ask young people to contribute a skill to the building to increase their eligibility to be able to live in that social housing. For example, providing free programming. Is that something that we would consider in our implementation of social housing?
Through the Speaker, I'll start and ask the interim housing secretary to add, but happy to take it away and consider. I don't know that we have it in place at this point, and as any example.
Yeah, I would just certainly take it away. I think we're always looking for opportunities to learn and leverage what has worked and makes sense in other places. On the youth scale, we do have a prioritization on the wait list as one of our categories for youth. And we do work with a number of providers, obviously our partners at Toronto Community Housing Corporation, others who have very well-established programs to support youth. But it is a disparate system. There's over 240 players. They are independent organizations, but we can certainly work with you and others to best learn what you learned from Singapore.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have the answers for Councillor Holiday? I believe that he had some questions and staff. So we'll go back to Councillor Holiday. Is staff ready to answer his question? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll do our best here. Thank you for your patience, Councillor, and through the Speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
In our original submission in May 2023, Council adopted the proposed permits for duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in residential neighborhoods citywide.
Can I have a mic? Thank you. I want to know exactly what the wording was that was promised to the federal government regarding sixplexes. This is really important because we have letters here that are complaining that they're not complete. You can read from the letter if that's the official wording. I don't know.
Let me read here, Councillor, and through the Speaker. City
Thank
Council direct the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning to report back in the second quarter 2024 on opportunities to permit low-rise multi-unit development through as-of-right bylaws in neighborhoods across the city, including permissions for four-story multi-unit development, including multiplexes, and its potential to contribute to Toronto's housing supply, and for permissions for residential buildings with up to 6 dwelling units, and authorize the Mayor to submit these plans enhanced to the City application in response to the letter from the Honourable Sean Fraser, Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Community.
So the deliverable is to have staff report back to council on those opportunities. Do I understand that correctly? That's the deliverable.
The deliverable was to submit these planned enhancements to the city's application in response to the letter.
I'm sorry, which plans?
The city's submission on the half deliverables.
The city's submission on the half deliverables. But do I understand it correctly? The promise that was made was to bring a report to council about these opportunities.
Through the Speaker, I believe the commitment as interpreted and as confirmed with our discussions with CMHC is to consider the opportunity for 6 units citywide.
To consider the opportunity. Did council consider the opportunity?
Through the Speaker, I would have to say that's accurate.
So do we get a check? Did we complete the requirement or not?
Through the Speaker, I certainly can't speak for the federal government, but just given the letter that we received and the discussions that we've had, their interpretation is that no, we have not delivered on that.
So the deliverable was to bring a report in front of council, and they've interpreted that to be something else. Is this a case of moving goalposts? Like what is it that we're supposed to deliver? And are we supposed to now have had a planning decision with our hands tied behind our back once again? I just complained about that with the shelters. If we're going out, I'm sorry, please answer.
Through the Speaker, just once again, I can confirm that our discussions with CMHC and the federal government were that we were to bring back an opportunity to look at sixplexes citywide.
So is it the view of staff that we fulfilled our requirement under the application to the Housing Accelerator Fund? Yes or no? Anybody?
Through the Speaker, from a staff perspective, we have delivered the report where our recommendation was to consider citywide. Of course, it was deliberated by council. The decision was made, a different decision was made that interpretation or how that's been interpreted by the federal government is that they don't believe that we've met the requirement.
Did anyone else promise anything else to the federal government? Did anyone else promise that council would approve sixplexes in the city? Anybody? I'm not seeing it in writing. Is there anyone here that can say that we didn't deliver that? Is the wording, the precise wording of our application somewhere online at an authoritative source? The one I found was a summary. That exact language, is that somewhere that I or the public can look up? And what item number is it?
Councillor, I don't have it right here, but we can certainly get that for you.
Yeah, all I want is crystal clarity. That's all I'm asking for. Deliverable, who approved it?
That was your last
question,
question, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. My questions are on EX 25.1 Toronto Builds. What specific criteria will the Housing Development Office use to prioritize Toronto Build sites in your 3-year work plan? You hold my time, please, Madam Speaker. I think this is the challenge when we book 4 or 5 items together. It's very difficult to have staff ready to speak on them. This is a basic question, though.
My apologies, Speaker. Could you repeat the question, Councillor?
Okay, it's what is the criteria that the Housing Development Office is going to use to prioritize Toronto Build sites in your 3-year work plan?
Through the Speaker, the criteria that we've been using at the most fundamental is that the speed of being able to advance development to get in the ground.
So is it entirely based on site readiness?
A few other factors, Councillor. I apologize. The financial, for example, if they're in the CMHC submission and if that funding has been committed, and certainly the mix of what's being delivered and how close or how much it exceeds the requirements from a city perspective. For example, whether the minimum is 30% affordable units with 20% RGI, ensuring that those criteria and the ability for that development to meet or exceed those. And essentially, our goal is to advance meeting council's expectations as far as the mix. Being shovel ready.
Where is that listed, meeting council's expectations?
Through the Speaker, it would be in the series of reports that we've delivered where those criteria have been established.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about the affordability piece there because you were alluding to it. Will the Housing Development Office be responsible for harmonizing or enforcing the affordability benchmarks across Toronto Build sites? So, and specifically, you got 20% requirement versus 30% target across the entire portfolio. Who's going to track and manage that, how it manifests on different sites?
Through the Speaker, that's part of the function of the governance table where we have that cross-functional team, inclusive, of course, the Housing Secretariat, where those targets would be reviewed and essentially established.
But the Housing Secretariat's no longer leading this.
Through the Speaker, the governance tables that have been established that our new Executive Director will be leading has the Housing Secretariat, as well as CREM, CreateTO, TCHC, and a number of others that are part of that table, so that we're making a fulsome decision.
So the chair of this table is going to be keeping track of like 20% versus 30% and how that plays out on all the different sites?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Okay. Why are Housing Now sites being exempted from various affordability requirements? That's recommendation number 12. Is that based on financial modeling or your development experience to date?
Through the Speaker, if I'm not mistaken, there are exemptions or carve-outs that we're referring to, depending on whether it's, for example, negotiations with other levels of government, where there may be a tri-party agreement or something of that sort. If it's city-owned sites, then we strive to meet the city identified targets.
So is the shift to exempting projects from the CBC or parkland dedication fees, which is recommendation 21, is that intended to help those projects pencil out financially?
Through the Speaker, Yes.
So there is an acknowledgement then that the fees and the parkland dedication is making these projects not financially viable and they require an exemption.
Through the Speaker, the only clarification I would add to that is that it's not, I'll say specifically, CBCs or parkland individually that don't allow it to pencil. It's a number of factors, and those are just.
But that's the
a couple
development
of the
approval
factors.
process. It's all the different things that eventually put it underwater.
Through the Speaker, not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as that, but it's a series of factors, of which fees are one.
Okay.
What I can assure you, just in our conversations with the development industry, is that there are many factors beyond fees that don't allow projects to pencil.
So is it possible that because of the current market conditions and all the different factors that you're alluding to, some of these projects are going to require additional equity?
Through the Speaker, I think the short answer is yes.
Yeah, I agree. Does the city have enough funding to deliver all these projects on the Toronto Builds pipeline at the affordability levels that we've currently listed?
Through the Speaker, that's analysis that we're undertaking with the expertise of all of our partners, because there are moving pieces. For example, what we've understood is that labor costs have started to adjust and there are some improvements there, but material costs, we haven't seen as much of an improvement there. So there are moving pieces, but this is the analysis that the team does broadly at those governance tables.
So it sounds like those calculations are underway. When will council have a better sense of the latest numbers on those calculations and the equity requirements that are going to make these projects go as it relates to the entire Toronto Builds pipeline?
That was your last question.
Through the Speaker, that's actually that's one of the key deliverables of our new executive director, who is here with us, and he will be bringing that report forward to Planning and Housing Committee for consideration.
Thank you. That was your last question. Okay, that's it for questions.
That's it for questions.
Okay, we're going to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move 3 motions on these items, which I have pre-circulated and will speak to it in turn. Earlier today, we talked about shelters, and this bundle of reports show the action we're taking on building housing, and building housing that people can afford. First, we have a report that advanced 39 housing projects with over 10,000 new homes, including almost 4,000 rent-controlled, affordable, and rent-geared-to-income homes. And at a time when the market is slow, now is the time when our government should be taking action to get these homes built, which is why we're providing grants and support for these proponents. And if any of them are not able to move forward, there will be other applications. Madam Speaker, you understand there are other applicants that are ready to step in. Okay? I want to take this opportunity to welcome Hugh Clark, who is heading the city's new housing development officer, who is joining us, to his first council meeting. Hugh comes to us from the private sector. I know him from the Allied because it was the Kings, where 99 projects got developed within 10 years, and the entire Spadina King area delivering market and affordable housing, as well as retail and office space across Toronto. We're excited to welcome him to the City of Toronto, where he can bring that experience to get more housing built. Now on to my motions. My first motion asks the city manager to transmit my letter to the federal housing minister, Greg Robertson, on behalf of all of us, and it basically spelled out all the ambitious progress we've made. I want folks to know that we are on target to build 61,000 homes, which is the target set. It's actually more than the target that was set to us by the Housing Accelerator funds of the federal government. This year alone, we built 25,000 new homes that we're helping to build, are more than a third of Ontario's forecast housing starts. We are the biggest builder in the country. We are approving applications 80% faster. And there are housing developers and home builders that are just praising how fast the city are moving. We are expanding permissions for more homes, which creates potentially to add 61,000 more homes. Avenues, 12 stories or higher or lower, but with 60 units. In fact, it's so ambitious that there are home builders that are making modular housing so that they can help us build faster. And as we continue the dialogue on the next steps of the Housing Accelerator Fund and how we work together to build more housing, I will maintain a very good, close working relationship with the Minister of Housing, and the City of Toronto will continue working with our great partners, whether it's provincial and federal government, and the private sector to build more homes. My next motion builds on a great member's motion by Councillor Myers to exempt all units in the sixplex, not just first 4 and then from development charges, making it easier, simpler, cheaper for them to build. Last council, we approved them as of right for 9 wards, with the options for other councils to join in, but we need to find a way to make these projects financially viable. So recently I was in Scarborough, where I met Sharon, a woman who lived in the sixplex. She liked the option of a low-rise missing middle home, and she said she had neighbors in the building that made her feel like she's part of a family. And it was a typical Scarborough residential street with single-family homes. So let's make it easier to build sixplexes, and the people of Toronto will begin to see that, this can be part of my neighborhood too, because they fit quite nicely into neighborhoods. And they give people another options between single-family homes and high-rises. My final motion expands on the recent initiative by city staff to develop pre-approved building designs for laneway and garden suites. These are simple, cost-effective options for homeowners. If they're interested to add more units to their homes, let us show them the model, make it easier for them to build, make it cheaper, more affordable for them to build. So I'm requesting that staff work with Toronto's architectural community to develop pre-approved designs for 4plexes and 6plexes. Let us work on multiple fronts, pulling all the levers, get housing of all types built in this city, especially those that people can afford. And there is much more work to be done, and we have a very, very ambitious start already. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, what's the cost and loss development fees for all these exemptions?
Let me just make sure I can hear you. May I just trouble you to repeat your question again?
Yeah, sure. What's the cost in foregone development fees for all these exemptions?
I believe it's about 200 million. Am I correct? Now, we're not getting any of the fees anyway, because they're not building. The building industry is going to a halt. So there are 2 programs. One is in November of last year, approved in December, and we were able to approve only 8,000 of them. We're asking the federal government and the provincial government to help us exempt the development fees, and that would be over $1 billion if they come in and join us. If they don't, we're not going to spend that money. Oh, well, it's not the money that we are not going to get.
So is it, sorry, was it 200 million? Is that the number?
I'm not sure about that. It is 2.8 million, I'm sorry.
2.8 million?
2.8 million of money that we have not received.
So, sorry, so I just want to be
okay,
clear.
There are 2
programs. It seems like a very low number.
Wait, hang on, there are 2 programs. Hang on.
Okay, sorry.
There are one program that is delaying the development charge. We don't collect if they're building condominiums. That's only 3,000 units. We are mandated by the provincial government to do that anyway.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, you're not worried about the later development charges. getting, right? You're not talking about the
We
condos.
eventually get, the ones that we eventually get the money for, I don't care about. I'm talking about the, saying we're exemptions, pure
Right.
exemptions. What's the?
The pure exemptions of, if it's it's what we have afforded so far, which is 8,000, is 2.8 million. And what we cannot afford, but the applications are in, shovels can hit the ground. That's the 25,000 units of housing that we don't have money to do. So we are not proceeding with those. Okay? So that is the one that we are asking the federal and the provincial government to help us. And as you recall, the federal government said that they want, during the election period, they said they want to exempt 50% of development charges. And the provincial government also saying that we want you to not charge development and because it's too high. So we froze all the development charges. We are not moving them up. We cannot do the exemption ourselves.
So they're going to cover the exemptions. Is that kind of?
If they do it.
And if
they promised during the election period that they would do so. But they are now trying to work with us. They're working very hard. The housing minister is working hard. When I met with the prime minister, I relayed a message that we have all these applications, they are ready, shovel in the ground, but we just cannot proceed without their help.
Okay, and I apologize. I think I wasn't clear enough. I was really just more talking about the fourplexes, the sixplexes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it's my apology, but I still have a minute and a half. So what is the foregone revenue for those?
It's very small because I'll give you an example. Councillor Meyer had a pilot in his project. For 5 months, no one applied in any sixplexes. In terms of fourplexes and laneway houses, in the last 3 years, it was only, I think, less than 500 units. So it's very small.
So it's not a very good, the idea of fourplexes and sixplexes isn't really that good of an idea?
No, it's a good idea. It's just the market right now is very tight. Homeowners are saying that the construction cost is high and that they have to hire planners and architects. So
last question, and that's fine, thank you.
We're making it easier and cheaper for them to do it.
Okay, no, that's fair. Do we have an upper limit for the number of units that, like sixplexes, fourplexes that we're going to exempt? Because I know that the city manager always complains that development doesn't pay for development, and it seems like we're getting further and deeper in that hole. So the more, is there an upper limit to the number of units that we'll have to sort of say, hold on, we got to start collecting cash here?
Yeah, Councillor, if we see the market returning to good health, I will be the first one to come here and say, hey, let us re-examine this program. It's time to stop, okay? Because it probably not within next year because the market may not pick up yet. It depends on the interest rate. I don't know. But I do not want to do this development charges exemption, but they're just not coming in. So it's money we're not collecting anyway. So we want some means to kickstart it because if not, construction workers are facing layoff. We really must get building happen.
Thank you. Councillor Chernes-Lynn, questions?
Thank you. I have a question for the mayor, and it really follows up on what my colleague Councillor Burnside was just asking about, because one of the things I noticed in your amendment is that you've removed the date at which these, the forgiveness on, I think it was originally 2027 that it would expire in terms of waiving development charges, and that's been removed. So now there isn't really a check-in on that. It's just kind of in perpetuity unless we come back at council and make a different decision, which I know you've just said you're open to that down the road, but I guess I just wondered, why remove it at all? Why not keep that check-in?
What we can do is actually welcome an amendment to say that in each budget cycle, the city CFO report back on the viability of the program. Because during budget period, we look at every single dollar we can bring in, and what we are spending. So that kind of due diligence is happening anyway. But the reason why 2027 is taken out is because the market right now is frozen. People are not doing the kind of building we need them and we want them to build, and there's a great demand out there for building to happen. So we want to tell homeowners that please go and move ahead and approve. But if you want a report back on the financial implications in the 2027 budget cycle, absolutely. Because this will impact on the 2026 budget cycle, right?
So I think that would be, like, as a friendly amendment, I would be...
It's very friendly.
Yeah, I would be happy to see something like that in it. And I say that because in the discussions we had about sixplexes, there were comments from staff about, you know, that they don't know the implications of, depending on how many are built, what that's going to mean in terms of water mains and all those kind of pieces. And that's really what helps pay for that. So I do have, I want to make sure we're watching this carefully.
We are watching it. Council, you may not remember, I don't know whether you're on council at this point, we froze the development charges. There's a development charges review, and that review is returning to City Council anyway, because we have frozen because usually each year it goes up by inflationary. And this year, because the market is just not very good, we froze it. So the development charge has not gone up. But the review continue, and it's going to come back to City Council. Exemption will be decided at that point. When the entire review are finished, so that we look at a comprehensive picture. How much do we put it up? Do we put it up by inflationary rate? Do we bring back a certain percentage or not? So that whole review is returning to City Council for conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candival, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you. In a similar vein to Councillor Chair Noslin, Mayor, you referenced the sixplex offerings as being affordable, and I'm not sure. Just wanted to get some clarity, because I think from staff at PHC last month, I think these are obviously market rate offerings, but I just wanted to clarify your use of the word affordable.
The report tells us that the rent in sixplexes are cheaper, even almost $800 cheaper than if you go out and rent a condominiums. Now, this is their report, okay? And so the rent is a bit more affordable. But for a homeowner, like what the housing minister and others have been arguing with me is because I said that there are councillors here, just at last meeting, that are uncomfortable saying yes to sixplexes in their ward. Okay? And they're saying that if you allow them, it's financially more viable for homeowners to build sixplexes than fourplexes, because the more units you build is cheaper per unit, and you can get more rent back. Okay, so that was the argument that was given to me at the time from folks that are saying, Mayor, why aren't you using your strong mayor power to mandate that every ward in the city would say yes to sixplexes? And I said, well, we work in a democratic way in this council, and I respect different councillors' opinion. Okay.
Fair enough. I think that's appropriate, and I think there was a bit of confusion and lack of clarity on how we traditionally use the word affordable, and then in the context of it being perhaps a cheaper market rate offering. But on the point of viability, I would imagine fourplexes offer more viability for family-friendly options versus a sixplex, because you're dealing with more GFA potentially.
Yeah, it depends on the lot. The one that I visited was at the corner lot. The lot is pretty big, and it fits right into the neighborhood. It's been there for many, many years. I spoke to someone that lived there for 10 years, and he said it's been here all this time. It's probably built in the 80s or I don't know. But what we need to do is to make it more affordable for homeowners to build, okay? Whether it's garden laneway, or laneway houses, garden suite, or multiplex, or sixplex, whatever it is. So we are now designing models to say, hey, this is what it could look like, so that they don't necessarily need to get a planner to do it. They don't need to apply. So we're making it more affordable for them to build, and then once they build it, they will be able to charge less rent. Then the unit itself will be more affordable also to people renting it.
Gotcha. And lastly, I think perhaps, the data is limited with the existing fourplex stock, but I think I'd be curious, would you see there's value in, as, permissions in the kind of the 9 wards and we see them come online, would it be valuable to get kind of that rental, those rents, data on the rents coming out of? Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll be able to track whether the rent is in fact lower than what's happening in the condo market, right? Because a lot of condos, folks that they purchase condos as an investment, they then rent it out. Right? But the market right now, as you know, condominiums are they're not selling as well. And is the rent going down? Yes, a bit. And, what is the level between condominiums versus these fourplexes or sixplexes home, right? We'll see. It would be great to do the comparison.
It would, because I would think, personally, I'd prefer a 1-bedroom in a fourplex than a 1-bedroom on the 30th floor, right? So
absolutely,
so
that's true. That's true because you're closer to a neighbor. You know what I've noticed though is also there's a family feeling that if there are 2 families living together, 3 families, and the person I spoke to, Sharon, with her dog Fox, was a single person, right? But because there are other people in the building, she felt. It's not a very big building. She feels it helps her out, part of the family. She sits out in the front lawn and say hello to everybody passing by, and everybody knows her because the time that I spent there was quite nice and very sweet that she knows everybody, and she was sitting there. And I think as we have an aging society, for some of the seniors to be able to age at home and create more of a community among themselves so they can support each other, that would be, or even intergenerational, because we now have families that believe in grandkids living with grandma and the whole family, and so that. Oops, sorry. Okay, time. Thank you. I was just trying to paint a picture of how nice it is.
I just want to remind members of council, if we don't finish the agenda this evening, we are coming back tomorrow. So if you've made any plans for tomorrow, please cancel because we need, I just want to remind, if we can move the agenda along, and if you don't have to ask questions, if you already know the answers, you don't need to ask the questions. Okay, Councillor Holiday, question.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Chow, you published some correspondence between you and Minister Robertson on one of the items. Why did you do that? Like, what compelled you to place these documents as appendix to these?
The Minister of Housing was on a radio station 2 days ago. I believe it was Tuesday, or maybe Wednesday, actually. And he talked about the letter that he has sent to us. And I wanted to make sure it's public. Okay, because he talked about it publicly. And secondly, I see it as my duty to draft a letter on our behalf to say to him what we are doing with the Housing Accelerator funds, because each year we received $117 million. And we have now received 2 rounds of it. There are 2 more rounds to come. And it's important that we are very transparent in telling the federal government, here's how we're spending the money and here's what we are planning to do.
So in my questions to staff, I asked them precisely what is the wording of the commitment of the city under the Housing Accelerator Fund. And they did a little bit of digging and they figured out that in February of 2025, there was a sub-report to the multiplex study in Ward 23. And there's a chart in here, and it finally gives like really crisp information. And I can read 7.3. I'll just read the first few words. It's report back to council with opportunities and any bylaws required for implementation to permit more low-rise, multi-unit, on and on, sixplexes. And can you tell me, did you understand before this date that sixplexes were a commitment? Are you aware of anybody that committed anything more than what it says here? And finally, if this is the words of what our commitment is, to bring a report to council, have we not met that requirement as a city?
No, I am very, very aware of what kind of negotiation we've done. As you recall, in the early winter, there was a new Minister of Housing, Nate Erskine-Smith. At that time, we were due to receive our Housing Accelerator funds in December of 2024, and we didn't get that. So I was given a task to go and say to the federal minister, we need our second installment. And we were in a lot of negotiation. In fact, there were several meetings where your city manager and myself, with the minister and his deputy and the head of CMHC coming together. And in fact, we came together at Scarborough Civic Center, and we had a very long discussion. And they were going point by point by point. On the Housing Accelerator Fund, have you met this? Because there are 30 guidelines. There are 30 milestones. Have you done this? Have you done this? Have you done that? And this is the time when the sixplex came forward. As a result, that letter that we circulated at last council, it was given to us to say that you need to approve sixplexes. We will give you the funding now, because they were about to go into a federal election, okay? And I was quite concerned that we would not get the funding prior to the government going to election. So I said, we need the $117 million, which is what we are supposed to get in December of 2024, and please forward the funds. And they did. They signed a letter. They gave us the installment, the $117 million, with very clear goals.
So did you promise to approve sixplexes?
I did not promise anything. But what they did, though, in that letter, they said to us, if we're going to give you the money, this is what you need to do. They are the ones that provide the funds. It's not up to us to say, this is what we can or cannot do.
Did that letter come to council?
Yes, it was circulated at council last meeting.
Okay,
last meeting.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, that was your last question.
It was circulated.
We got the copy of the letter at the last council meeting. Okay, thank you. Okay, members of council, we need to...
I urge folks to actually read that letter that was circulated. Okay. It's in the correspondence.
So, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I can, let's do a quorum call.
Members of council, we've opened a roll call vote in CMP. Please press the button to indicate your presence in the meeting.
Members of council, we need you in the council chambers, and it looks like that we have a lot of items on the agenda, and if we don't want to come back tomorrow, we just have to please speed up your questions. We need to get the agenda completed. So please keep that in mind.
Speaker, for those of us online, we don't have CMP, so I just want to let you know I'm here. Please add me to the quorum.
So, I mean, the question's going to be asked if we're coming back tomorrow or not soon.
Madam Speaker, there are 21 members present in the meeting.
Thank you.
Point of order. Why don't I move a motion to finish the agenda today? This is assuming people don't want to come back on Friday.
Okay,
Then
hold
we'll
on.
finish the agenda.
Yes, okay, Mayor, that's fine, but is your motion going to be that we...
We finish the agenda today,
No,
tonight, whenever it is.
I understand, but hold on. Is your motion going to be that we break at 6 and come back at 6:30? Okay. So that's the mayor's motion. On favor? Carried. Okay, now members, why we have 21 members in the council chambers, we have a few members' motion that we needed to introduce. And, okay, so if we can introduce those motions, and then we're going to cut off any future members' motions coming forward. We will not accept any more. Okay? Okay. So the first one is mine, and Councillor Fletcher's. Can I introduce it? Okay. Okay. Mayor Chow, can you introduce this motion for me? Because Councillor Fletcher is not here. She seconded the motion.
Yep, absolutely.
Huh? Okay.
I can chair for you if you want to move it. Okay. There's a reason for urgency on parking authority, parking access.
Yeah, it's asking city manager and our city solicitor to investigate.
Okay, all those in favor of introducing the motion? Opposed, carry, thank you. Do you want to release it? Okay.
Okay, next. Deputy Mayor Malik. And as I said, no more members' motion after this. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I have a notice with a motion related to the Liberty for All neighborhood planning study. The report is intended to come back in the next quarter.
Okay, fine. On favor, carried. Who's next? We're in a rush mode here. Councillor Bravo. Councillor Bravo, are you around? Did you second it? Okay, Councillor Cheng on behalf of Councillor Bravo.
Yes, this is a request of federal government to restore 100% of funding to shelter and support refugee claimants. Yes. Thank you.
On favor, carried. Is that it? That's it. Okay, so we're cutting off the members' motions, okay? That's it. Next to speak is Councillor Cheng.
That City Council direct Executive Director, Housing Development Office to consult early with local councillors on Toronto build sites in their wards to identify community needs and opportunities prior to initiating a competitive process for those sites. And this is something I think staff have mentioned they're committed to, but as you know, we are very passionate about community consultation, and I think this will help give us that assurance. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a motion here, and this is just to increase the reporting timelines to council from annually to quarterly. These are the reports on the status of the Toronto Builds projects. You heard me ask some questions about that, including the development progress and timelines and updates on the 3-year work plan. It's a pretty straightforward and simple ask. It's an ask for more accountability, clear timelines, and a concrete definition of success. And I think when we're putting this kind of money on the table and undertaking this type of an initiative, we owe it to ourselves as the decision-making body, and more importantly, we owe it to taxpayers to provide that level of transparency and accountability. Now, for those of you who have been paying attention, it's no secret that I do not support a public builder model. In fact, I think that's perhaps why I was removed as a vice chair from the Planning and Housing Committee. I think that was literally what was said. It was because I don't support the public building model. But fundamentally, I don't believe that the City of Toronto, or any municipality for that matter, is equipped to be a builder or a developer. It's a nice idea to put on your green patch boots and a hard hat and go swing a hammer. But in practice, I don't think that there's any city in the world that can build more housing and deliver more housing faster or for less money than what can be done in the market. And yet we just heard right now a proclamation from the mayor who said, quote, "We are the biggest builder in the country." And I would just suggest it seems a little early to claim victory on that one, because when I look around the City of Toronto, I actually don't see a shortage of developers. I see a shortage of progress. I see a shortage of shovels in the ground. I see rising unemployment. I see people who are being laid off left, right, and center. I see a trade sector that is in dire straits because those folks that went and got a trade and got trained up don't have projects to work on right now. And fundamentally, it's because the math doesn't pencil. And it's no secret that the rising cost of housing, 30% of a unit of housing cost today, can be attributed to the taxes and fees that go forward when people apply to deliver housing here in the city. And so it's interesting to me that even the City of Toronto now recognizes that, because we're exempting our own projects from those taxes and those fees and those charges. So for those of you that want to be a city developer, that want to wear the green patch boots and the hard hat, I think it's going to be important for us to deliver more accountability. If you were in the private sector, you would be getting these same types of metrics on a weekly basis. It would be a weekly meeting, right? That's because there's real money on the line. And the idea that we would only come back to this decision-making body when we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars and get a 30-page staff report once a year is a joke. That's irresponsible. And not only that, if you were privately financed, you would be providing updates on a monthly basis to your shareholders and to your investors. The taxpayers of Toronto are the investors. They're the ones who are on the line for this. And I think a quarterly report is a reasonable expectation. Speaking of the report in front of me, as is often the case with this initiative, leaves me with more questions than it does answers. I'm happy to welcome new staff that are taking charge of this division, and I hope we can provide some clarity. Because today when I read this isn't actually about getting housing built. It is about trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And, you know, no disrespect to staff, because I actually think you have been tasked with an impossible position. I think that's why we're seeing people leave the City of Toronto. People who were in prominent housing roles are getting out of here because you have been asked to deliver the impossible. And if we're going to be honest with ourselves, the housing delivery governance framework, it's not the bold shift that it claims to be. You're going to hear from Councillor Perks is going to talk about all the transformation, but it's actually not a new delivery model. It's not a public builder. It's not even a public developer. It doesn't fundamentally change the structure that has struggled for years to get housing built. Now, I'm looking at the staff here in the room, and they understand. It's the same reason we have to provide all these exemptions for the projects that were already underway. What this report really does is introduce another coordinating office staffed with 18 people that are being pulled from other divisions, frontline services that could actually help approve housing faster. And I'm concerned about the impacts of that as well.
Thank you
Madam Mayor.
very much. Councillor Myers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise in support of these items. And I just want to thank you for your incredible amendment to help make sixplexes more of a reality, especially in Scarborough North, where I piloted this initiative myself. It's been incredibly heartwarming to see the community come around to something where initially some were opposed, some had a lot of questions, to now understanding what we're doing. And we did that through consultation, we did that through information, we did that through providing opportunities for people to actually engage with city staff, myself, my own staff directly, and have their questions answered. But the thing that came up over and over again when we spoke to developers as to what was preventing them from building these sixplexes was the development charges and the parkland fees. Over and over again, they explained it simply didn't make sense to build these 2 additional units when if I could just build 4 units, I could build it free of development charges and free of parkland fees. And then maybe we could phase in the additional 2 units, but of course that didn't make sense. It screwed up the timelines and it screwed up the financing. So seeing this initiative, seeing the amendment come forward is going to be an incredible step forward to actually getting housing built and to harnessing the private market to build the type of affordable homes that we need in Scarborough North for families, for multi-generational families, for working people, for young people who want to start out their careers and their own families, and of course, for newcomers who constitute 70% of Scarborough North are newcomers, immigrants, and these are the types of people these homes are going to serve. They're more affordable, they're bigger, and they're rooted in the communities we all love and we all want to serve. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Annunziata, or do you want, I think you're still working. Oh, there you are. Are you ready yet? Do you want me to go to Councillor Coe first? If not, Councillor Annunziata, may I go to Councillor Coe? I'll come right back to you, okay? Councillor Coe to speak.
There's my mic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to just put things in perspective. I think the one thing that most people don't know, I think there's 300,000 units that have already been approved for construction in Toronto. 300,000 residential units that have already been approved. So why don't they damn build? And it's not, is it the city's fault? What's the city going to do to get them to build the 300,000 already approved? Well, they're not building them because they can't sell them. The condo market is collapsed. It's dead. It's buried. It's gone. That whole housing scheme was built on speculative monetization of housing, where they had these offshore speculators coming in buying 5-6 stories of floors of condos that they would buy pre-construction, then flip them when the construction came. So they just made money on this speculation that they used to call investors. So that's what the whole house of cards was built on. And everybody said, oh no, don't touch that. But the majority of developers said, oh no, leave us alone. There's a great system we got going here. It was a house of cards that had no foundation. It was built just on speculation. And that happened because the federal, provincial government just said, oh yeah, let it ride out, let it ride out. Now, the same people who built the house of cards are saying, we can't build any more houses of cards because the city is charging development fees for sewers, sidewalks, parks, infrastructure. It's the city's fault because they're charging these fees. So now they're saying the taxpayers of Toronto have to bail us out with higher property taxes to pay for our development speculation. That's what they're saying now. So property taxpayers pay more so that we can correct this house of cards structure that we built on this ridiculous, unattainable goal they had of making fast money. I call it Bitcoin housing. That's what we really built here. They're all sitting there, all approved, and they're still coming for more approvals. The development speculators are still coming and saying, we want approval. Like I've got these 2 towers at Yonge and Eglinton we call the wafer towers. On 50 frontage lots, they want to build 53 stories, side by each. 2 wafers. No parking, no green space, but they say, we want approval for this. So they're both at the Ontario Land Tribunal because they know at Ford's Ontario Land Tribunal, they'll rubber stamp anything. 96% of the applications that go to the Ford Tribunal get approved. 96%. Doesn't matter what the city does, what the residents done, they get approved, rubber stamp, no matter how many stories, how tall, no community spaces, nothing, they get approved. In some cases, no sewer capacity, no hydro capacity. They get all rubber stamp. 50 stories, 60 stories, Councillor Chernas Lynn knows the same thing is happening there. Everything gets approved, yet they don't build them. They don't build them. They're not building. But they say it's the city's fault because they're charging for sewers and sidewalks. So I just think, and now, as you know, the big thing is, the magic new solution is sixplexes. Even the federal government is saying sixplexes. Before they said garden homes. Then they said laneway suites, secondary suites. All of a sudden, the latest magic wand is the sixplex. Even the federal government says, we're not going to give you the money unless you build sixplexes. What the hell does the federal government know about housing? What do they know about sixplexes? All of a sudden, sixplexes are going to solve our housing crisis. That is a total idiotic assumption that the new minister should know better from Vancouver. Supposedly he was in housing there. He says, build sixplexes or else. You can build sixplexes, the cows come home, you won't house anybody. Anyways, it's about time.
Thank you, Councillor.
We said enough
Deputy
is
Mayor.
enough.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cole. I believe Speaker Annunciata is now ready.
Thank you, and I won't be long. But I do have an amendment. We'll put it on the screen. And I will be supporting the reports that we have before us. What's frustrating for me is that I have, as it was mentioned, I have a number of developments in my ward that the shovel's never going in the ground. And these are developments near the GO, the UP, the Eglinton line, and none of them going up. So a few months ago, I held a development summit, and the mayor attended that, and we had all the developers in a room at City Hall and talked about how the city and how we can provide incentives to get these developers to build some affordable housing. We had co-op housing there, we had CMHC, and now the developers are coming forward and saying, you know, we want to build affordable housing. We are going to apply for these grants. And a number of them have. And unfortunately, in what we have before us, there's none of them are mentioned. None of them were able to get the funding available to put the shovel in the ground now. So this motion is that if there's any of the funding that has been given to applications, if for some reason they pull out, that at least we can replace it with one of these developers that actually is ready to put development, to put a shovel in the ground. We need more affordable housing, and I know that my community is advocating for it, And there are builders out there, developers out there that are ready to build. And so hopefully in the next round, some of them can apply and get the funding and we can start building, especially on the Eglinton line, which I believe is opening this year. That's what we promised. And this is right next to the transit hub. It's where we have Go, Up, Eglinton, all in one location, and it's a prime opportunity to build affordable housing and have all this development growing in the Mount Dennis and Weston area. So that's it, and here's my amendment. Hopefully you support it.
Thank you, Speaker Annunciata. Councillor Holiday, you have 5 minutes. And there we are. Where is your name? Here you go.
Thank you, Mayor. Members, it shouldn't be any surprise. I've been a critic of the public builder model, and I've been a critic of a number of the tax breaks or development charge breaks that we give to the industry, because that effectively raises the pressure and the money that the rest of the citizens in this city have to make up for the benefit of those enterprises that are developing. And in a city that we're supposed to be concerned about the cost of living, I don't see how this benefits. But there is something about the report before us and the information before us that I want to take time to point out because I think it's really important and it's about governance. The mayor attached some correspondence back and forth between the Minister of Housing, the Federal Minister of Housing, and the mayor. And effectively, to paraphrase, there's a bit of a spat right now about the outcome of the City Council's last debate on sixplexes. I asked some questions during the period here of staff, of city officials, and I wanted to know precisely where the city's commitments under the Housing Accelerator Fund exist in the public domain for us to inspect, and through that, understand exactly what was approved when. And the journey that I see is that what was approved some time ago were more like ideas, and they became more precise over time. And in fact, the wording that I think that we've centered on with respect to the commitment around sixplexes falls under the report as a sub-report earlier this year. I think it's 18.4, PH 18.4, that has to do with the Ward 23 multiplex study. So good luck finding that, but it's there. But if you look at the words even more carefully, it talks about staff bringing a report and bylaws to council to consider changes that would enable the sixplexes. I think that staff fulfilled their obligation. They did that. They brought the report. You know what? Council took it, said thanks for your advice. We're going to do something a little bit different. But it's kind of eye-opening to see the federal government now weigh in and effectively suggest that council didn't do what it was supposed to do. My complaint is that you can't have it both ways. So I asked the mayor, and I asked around, did anybody make a promise to the federal government that council would approve sixplexes? I heard crickets. Apparently nobody did. Thank goodness nobody did make that promise. Because if they did, then I don't know how we respond to the members of the public that went through the changes to the official plan and the rezoning process that we undertook as a council to duly consider changes to these laws and receive their input. Because if council went through that process with no intention to do anything but approve, then the process is a sham. And a lot of people have expressed frustration with City Council and the government with respect to transparency in these processes and how genuine public consultation is. People deserve and have the right to provide their input to City Council, to expect that their City Councillor are going to represent their needs and wishes. And if somehow, somewhere, this process was rigged so that Council had no other choice, then I have a problem with that. And so this really uncovers poor governance. And I think that should be spelled out. And it really answers the question that people brought up during the sixplex debate. And they said, Councillor, who is it that's pushing for this? Is this City Council? Is this certain members of City Council? Is this the federal government? Is this about money? And I couldn't answer that precisely because there's a whole bunch of fingers that point in opposite directions. And if you just hear my voice, you can imagine me pointing my fingers in two different directions. Nobody wanted to own it. But I finally found the exact wording of what was proposed, and it was to bring the report before council. I think we met that obligation. Council made a decision, and they did something to exclude parts of this city, which I think a number of people are happy with. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this was important to bring up, and I think the mayor did recognize it was so important that she posted these letters to the council items so everybody could see them.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't need to speak for a long time. My main reason for rising was with one motion in particular, and that is the amendment asking that rather than report annually on this, we report quarterly on this. With respect to foregone revenue, the best problem we could possibly have is that this brings about such a regeneration of activity that we're suddenly seeing building permits coming out of our ears, and we're waiving too many development charges. But that's not going to happen. These incentives are designed to get something going, to keep some people working, but we know that these incentives are just to get a little bit of activity going and then go from there. We would, of course, come back here if too much was going out the door. We would know then that we had a happy problem, that we had the economy back on track. But at the moment, you can flash back to the economic crisis of the mid-90s. It's the economy, stupid. It's the economy, stupid. That's why we're not seeing a ton of building permits. And we need housing at a time when it's difficult to build housing. So be it our public builder model housing that we hope to use to set bars around quality, or those incentives that we're providing the private sector, we want to get something going. But as to whether or not our staff and the staff over at Create should spend life writing reports, or they should spend it doing transactions and getting housing out the door, I prefer the latter. Get some housing starts out the door. I don't need a report every 5 minutes because I have something in my pocket as a councillor, and you all have it too. And that is the financial staff of our city. Reporting, guess what? Quarterly. Guess what? It's right on this agenda. We had a quarterly variance report. And well, at the moment, there isn't a section called foregone revenue. If there needed to be one, you can bet it would show up there in a heartbeat. So we have a quarterly report. You don't need another one. You don't need to hear that speech again. It will be highlighted for us in the quarterly report we get that you really should be reading. And lastly, Madam Speaker, on the issue of the minister's letter, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure why they want to pick this fight with us. But fun fact, we are bigger than the city of Vancouver by the size of Montreal. We don't have peers. So if you just get that, larger than Vancouver by the entire size of Montreal in population and service area and so on and so forth. And so if you take all the area that currently sixplexes are as of right, it exceeds any other city in Canada's as of right for sixplexes right now. We're doing our part, and we intend to do more when our staff are ready. But I am very excited about the training program for the counter staff that has been committed to. So we have the same quality of consideration happening in all 4 service districts, and the minister should want that too. Certainly, his own members, as you go out across the Toronto caucus, the suburban members of caucus will tell you they're tremendously relieved not to have to take those calls just yet on sixplexes. So they're kind of sucking and blowing at the same time with that letter.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs. Call the question. Okay, the question's been called. On favor. Okay, Councillor Prusa, you weren't here, now you're back. Okay. Recorded vote. Recorded vote. We're trying, Councillor Prusa, we're trying to get the vote before 6 o'clock. Recorded vote to call the question. We want to take the vote before 6 o'clock.
Just one moment, members, while we stage the vote.
This is to call the question. Councillor Prutz asked for a recorded vote.
Members, the voting panel is now open. The motion to end debate carries. The vote is 20-3.
Okay, so we'll start with EX 25.1. Any motions on that item? Do we have any motions on that one? Okay, we'll put the motions on the screen. Okay, Councillor Bradford's motion on EX 25.1. Okay, well, let's put the motion on the screen first. There it is. Who asked for a recorded vote? Who asked for a recorded vote? Oh, recorded.
Councillor Pertza, please.
Councillor Candeval, please, and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 2 by Councillor Bradford does not carry. The vote is 9-15.
Okay, any other motions on EX? Any other motions? Okay. Motion by Councillor Cheng, all in favor? Carried. Item is amended. Stop screaming, Councillor Holiday. I know, and I'm trying to tell you, and then you scream. Councillor Carroll, what is it?
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to delay the and I would change my vote.
So, okay, reconsider. Okay. All in favor of reconsidering? Carried. Okay, we're going to re-vote.
Sorry, members, we need to
Yes, we're
revise the vote.
re-voting.
Please stand by.
You know, members
there
of
we go.
council,
Vote.
please, quiet while we're voting so people know what they're doing.
Members, the voting panel is now open. This is the re-vote on motion 2 by Councillor Bradford. The revote on motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 8-16.
Okay, item is amended. On favor? Recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Chernos Lynn, please.
Councillor Cheng, please. The item is amended. Carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, on PH 23.5. Okay, motion by Mayor Chow. On favor? Carried. Next motion. Motion by Councillor Nunziata. On favor? Carried. Who asked for recorded vote? Recorded vote. Councillor Holiday, you want to come back tomorrow, eh?
Councillor Chernos Lynn, please.
Motion 2 carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, do we have any other motions on this one? Item is amended. Oh, God. Recorded vote. And actually, recorded votes is costing us money. You know that, eh? The printing? I wonder how much is in the budget for that. Yeah.
Councillor Peruzza, please.
Councillor Prusa, we're in the middle of a
Councillor
vote.
Crisanti, Councillor
Please,
Candeval, please.
please. Quiet, please.
The item is amended. Carries. The vote is 23-1.
PH 23.6. Okay, we have one motion on that. Mayor Chow's motion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Peruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Pasternak, please.
The motion carries. The vote is 22-2.
Item as amended. Recorded vote. Recorded vote on item as amended.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Mayor Chow, please. The item as amended carries. The vote is 22-2.
MM 32.5. Do we have any motions on that one? One motion. Motion by Mayor Chow. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Recorded. Recorded vote on item is amended. Okay. I know, but it's all these recorded votes. Okay, there's the, on MM 32.5, there's the mayor's motion. On favor? Pardon? Recorded vote. Councillor Fletcher? No, I know, but try not to have any dialogue with Councillor Perruzza in the middle of a vote.
Motion 1 carries. The vote is 20-4.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote. Huh?
Councillor Cantavel, please, and Councillor Perks, please.
The item as amended carries. The vote is 20-4.
Okay, we're going to recess to 6:30.